Alright, cool. So let's start this bad boy. You stand stunned in the tunnels below the dam, staring down the barrel of Chief Kelly's pistol. Dwight! No! Parker says, Abe, what are you doing? Parker, all of you stand down. Josephine's gotta be stopped and Dwight's in the way.
If you think I'm gonna stand by while you shoot my grandkid.
Abe, please, tell me you're not really going to. You're not a murderer, you're a good man. Hashtag Shave Josie, I love it. Sometimes good men need to do bad things for the greater good. I'm sorry, son, but there's no other way. Kelly sights down the barrel at you, and his finger starts to tighten on the trigger. Yes, there is. Huh? Parker lunges forward and seizes Kelly's wrist, trying to wrestle the gun away. Don't fight me on this, Abe. I'm trying to save us both here. Stop making this harder than it's gotta be, Chief Kelly says. Crack! Parker's elbow slams into Kelly's face and he stumbles back, blood dripping from his nose. The Chief makes a noise. Parker annoys you? Why? What did Parker do? You gotta tell me now. Parker's hand is steady as he levels the gun at a shocked Kelly. I'm sorry, Abe, but you've got to be taught a lesson. Parker! Whoa? Dwight says. Parker flips the gun around and begins methodically dismantling it. Ooh, look at him. He's all slick. This just isn't the way to help your community, sir. Upholding the law, being an example for others, that's how you make a difference. I suggest you take a good look at yourself and ask if this is really what you want to be. The gun stripped to just the frame, Parker flips it back around and holds it out to Kelly. Now, I hope you've learned something today. Parker kept his cool under pressure. Astrid says, Vincent, finish the ritual. This time, it's time to end this. Nodding grimly, Vincent brings the knife towards Elliot's throat once more. Dwight screams, No! Was that Dwight? Dwight, it's us! Is that? Danny and Imogen and Tom come stumbling into the tunnel. Hey, get the hell away from them! Oh god, Norma Bates is back. Thank goodness, we thought we'd never find you. Imogen says. Tom says, Dwight, we need to get out of here now. We're not going anywhere until Vincent gets his damn hands off my little brother, Dwight says. Tom says, no, seriously, we need to. Tom's voice is drowned out by a haunting, guttural howl that echoes down the tunnel. It's the Elk Monster! A pack of monsters surges out of the shadows, eyes blazing, teeth bared. Damn it, Vincent, take the... Astrid says, but you've already leapt forward, taking advantage of the distraction to dodge around Craig and grab Vincent's knife hand. Back to twerking time. Dwight shouts, run! Grabbing Elliot by the arm, you yank him out of Vincent's grasp and plow past him toward an empty side tunnel beyond. Stop them! We can't! Ugh! Vincent says. One of the rotting bear creatures tackles Vincent into the water. Astrid says, Vincent! Astrid and Kelly rush forward to help him while the Craig creature lumbers forward to hold back the rest of the monster pack. Grrr, the dirt monster growls. Mom! Dad! Go, Imogen! Vincent shouts at Imogen. Imogen runs after you. The rest of your group follows close behind, the echoes of battle fading into the distance. It lives beneath. Chapter 14, Under Pressure. 2 seconds. And then we'll move on. All right. Gags. Oh no! You find your way to a closed-off service compartment, taking shelter and a much-needed rest. Dwight says, I think we're safe for now. Thank God, Danny says. I don't think I could run any more if my life depended on it. Everyone collapses, exhausted, onto hunks of rusted machinery scattered around the room.
Dwight, can I talk to you for a sec privately?
Grandpa asks. Dwight says, sure. He leads you a short distance away from the others where you could talk without being heard.
Well, there's some things I think you ought to be said. Things I haven't got a chance to say. As soon as I saw you and your brother, I wanted to tell you about all this. The society, the monsters, Josephine.
So why didn't you?
Truth is, I was afraid you'd judge me for having been a part of the society, for not having stopped them when I had the chance. I could live with you hating me, but I couldn't live with you knowing I was a failure. I suppose you think I acted the coward, but there it is.
Grandpa, I think you should have given us more credit. Why would you just assume that we judge you? Your daughter raised us better than that.
You're right. I may have been a bad parent, but Marie wasn't. I should have known there was more of her in you than me.
Grandpa stands and stretches, his joints popping.
Well, I've said my piece. Now, I figure I should just get out of your hair.
Dwight says you're leaving. Why?
I'm not a young man anymore, Dwight. I can't hold my own against monsters and knife-wielding fanatics.
Raven, you want to come do these voices? You let me know.
But what can I do? What I can do is get Elliot out of harm's way.
And that's the best grandpa voice I can come up with. Come on, man. We're 14 chapters in. How are you going to not like it now? You're right. That's probably for the best. Thank you. Your grandpa nods and then waves to get Elliot's attention.
Come on, kid. We're headed out.
Wait, what? Elliot says.
I'm taking you home where it's safe.
Like hell. I'm not going to run home while Dwight and everyone else are fighting for their lives. Scooter, I care more about you than this whole damn town. Keeping you safe is always going to be my first priority. And that means as long as you're here, I can't do what I need to do, because all I'll care about is keeping you safe. Elliot's face twists with anger, and it looks like he's about to object again. But then, his eyes fill with tears, and he jogs over to wrap you in a fierce, tight hug.
Don't die, Goober.
See? Elliot is going to sound like Grandpa like in, 40, 50 years? You cradle your little brother's bony body against you, wondering if it's the last time you'll ever hold him. I'll try not to. You take care of yourself, Scooter. I'll see you again before you know it.
Promise?
He will sound like that when he hits puberty. Who are you kidding? Dwight says promise. After a long moment, Elliot lets you go and returns to your grandfather.
Okay. I'm ready. Attaboy.
They walk over to the door and your grandpa yanks it open. He looks back, raising his voice to carry across the vaulted chamber to you.
Give him hell, kid!
Thanks, Grandpa. You wave to them as they shuffle out of the room, their footsteps echoing against the corrugated walls. He was a coal miner a long time ago. You return to your friends, already deep in discussion. What we ought to do is come up with a plan, Parker says. Dwight says, right. We gotta think out our next moves logically. Let's start with what we know. Imogen's holding it together. And she says, Josephine isn't thinking clearly. She's lashing out because she's in pain. Because of what the society did to her. Dwight says, that's right. Tom says, so we've got to get to the viewing chamber and try to free Josephine. And we've got to keep you away from the society, Dwight. If they get a hold of you, they'll try to use your blood to complete their binding ritual. There will never be another Imogen. Just kidding. Maybe. That's so funny. Imogen says, okay, so how are we gonna find our way to this viewing chamber? These tunnels are like a maze. Parker says, if what Arthur said was right, then we gotta keep pressing on toward the center of the lake. Imogen voice for a dirty diamond scene? Are you... What? No. No. Imogen for Sam Dalton? Oh my gosh. Oh no. If we're doing that, that's going to have to be a Discord stream. I'm not reading the Nanny Affair on Twitch. It's not happening. Oh my gosh. I'd follow the water, Parker said. The wetter it gets, the deeper we are under the lake. Twitch after hours. Oh my gosh. Dwight says, thanks, Parker. That's a solid lead. Parker's holding it together. He's at max. Yes. Are you serious? What? Y'all stop it right now. Stop it right now. Oh my god, I'm crying over here. From laughing so hard. Y'all gotta stop. Oh no, no, stop. Oh. No. Parker says, just happy to do what I can. Y'all are too funny, for real. Tom says, are we sure that freeing Josephine is the best idea? Like, even if we could pull that off, how do we know it'll help? Dwight says, I have to believe that Josephine, the real Josephine, is still in there somewhere. Y'all are killing me over there. Killing me, Smalls. We must do their bidding. Oh no. We would like have no diamond seeds if that's happening. If we could set her free and end her suffering, then maybe she'll be able to come back to us. It's not a sure thing, but it's the best plan we've got, Dwight says. And silence falls over the chamber as everyone steels themselves for what comes next. We have to disable every title screen too. I know. Well, guess that means we should head out, Danny says. Tom says, yeah, here goes nothing. You all stand and start to file toward the door. Maybe I'll maybe I'll find some Sam lines and read them in Imogen's voice. Maybe. That would be funny. Maybe. We'll talk. Just tag it as a hot tub reading and it's fine. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Y'all gotta stop. A glimmer out of the corner of your eye catches your attention and your step falters. Huh? Oh, is it a message in the bottle? Parker says, is everything okay? Yeah, I just thought I saw... You turn to find a bottle drifting lazily in a shallow pool of water, its glow pulsing insistently in time with the distant whir of machinery. This is the last message in the bottle, and it holds an earth-shattering revelation! Well, we've gotten all the other ones, so we're doing it. Hey guys, can you give me a minute? I need to check something out real quick, Dwight says. You leave behind your friends to retrieve the bottle. After popping the crumbling cork, you extricate the weathered journal page and start to read. My neighbors are up to something. I don't know what they're doing. Dear Arthur, I hope you're doing well. I'm writing this with a smuggled pencil in a concrete room. Because of you. Because you betrayed me. You told them. You told those greedy bastards at the development group about the power, and now they want it for themselves. They've been planning this, haven't they? They waited for this. They waited for the birth of our daughter so they'd do something. They'd have to something to use against me. And you knew, didn't you? Of course you did. You idiot. You absolute coward. Well, do you know what happens next? Because I do. They're going to use me, Arthur. They're going to take the ritual I created to protect us and twist it into something dark. Something wrong. They'll make me into a sacrifice. They're conduit to the power. And if I resist, they'll kill her. And on the off chance you happen to locate your spine, they'll kill you too. But we both know there's no risk of that, is there? Their plan won't work, though. Not forever. They can't handle this power, and they can't hold me. Not with promises or threats, not with spikes or chains or death. I'm coming back for them, Arthur. I'm coming back for all of them. And I'm coming back for you. Love, Josephine. Did that sound like a love letter to you? Did sound like a love letter to me. Did not sound like a love letter to me. Sound like Josephine means business. The paper quivers in your trembling hands. Grandpa, he lied to me! How could he? He promised me he was done lying, but that was probably a lie too, Dwight says. Hey, Dwight? Oh, hey. You hastily shove the paper in your pocket. Is everything okay? You look a little... Everything's fine. Sorry about the holdup. I'm ready to go. Okay, as long as you're sure. You leave the moldy but safe room behind, walking out into the dark, lonely tunnels and journeying further into the recesses of the dam. You creep along the narrow tunnel as quietly as you can, shuffling single file beside the thin stream of water that covers the sound of your footfalls. Do you think we're going the right way? No idea. This place is like a more confusing version of Portal, except without the fun British robot, Tom says. Parker says, don't worry, we're getting closer. Dwight says, how can you tell? Look, at the water flow. It gets heavier the farther we go, just like I said it would. You carry on in silence for a while longer until you make out the sounds of fighting up ahead. When did I become a robot? You peek around a corner and see a gang of cultists trying to fend off a pack of howling creatures. And it's a bear monster and it's growling. And the cultist says, ah! Quick, get back, Dwight says. Your group hastily scurries back into the narrow tunnel. Imogen says, well, what do we do? Danny says, we'll flank them and take them by surprise. The tunnel splits up ahead. Half of us will take the left, the other half will take the right. Parker says, that's actually a good idea. Danny says, don't sound so surprised, Merit Badge. I have my moments. Danny kept her cool and came up with a plan. Yes, she did. Sacrifice Imogen? What? Or actually, what? So let's do this. Your group explodes into the wide tunnel. Approaching from either end, the cultists and beasts alike turn to you in shock. Cultist says, "Hits them! Get!" And the elk monster growls. A rotting elk creature gallops up from behind, impaling the man on its antlers. Ugh. Twice says, "Holy!" Shaking the corpse free of its antlers, the elk turns its attention on you. I am gonna go for the spine. Oh boy. With a deft motion, you step to the side as it charges, ramming your elbow down on the back of its neck. And it makes a really weird noise. And brittle bones crack and the creature slumps to the water motionless. Dwight's at max and he says, "Too slow." Before you've had a chance to catch your breath, a woman tackles you into the water, her hands clamping around your throat. Ugh. Dwight is like breathless and Cultist says, "You're not getting away again." You try to gasp for air, but the grip around your throat only tightens, making your head spin. Summoning all your strength, you reach up and claw the woman across the eyes. Gah! Get off me! She lets you go to cradle her injured face, and you kick her away. She lands, still screaming in the bloodied waters. Nerve is strong, we didn't choke under pressure. Shakily, you get to your feet and look around. Your friends, having taken down a few opponents of their own, watch as howling creatures chase the remaining cultist into the darkness. Danny says, "See? I knew we could do it!" Dwight says, "Come on, let's get out of here before more people, or things, show up to kill us." Parker says, "Right behind you, Dwight!" After another long slog through gradually deepening water, you and your friends find yourselves at a dead end. Tom says, "Oh, seriously?" Danny says, "I thought you said we were going the right way." Parker says, "This should be the right way." Imogen says, "Hey guys, look!" You look where Imogen is pointing and find, obscured by a network of pipes, two bulkhead doors at the tunnel's end. Above the right-hand door is a rusted plaque engraved with depressurization chamber, and above the other it reads viewing chamber. I can't believe it! We found it! We really found it! Dwight shouts. A pained howl shudders through the tunnel, shaking concrete dust and icy water loose from the ceiling. And Dwight says, "Oh, not a moment too soon. Come on, let's get this door open. We're running out of time." Parker steps up and yanks on the hand wheel. He frowns, unable to get it to turn. "Hey, can somebody come and give me a hand with this?" And Danny says, "Sure." Danny walks forward, gripping the hand wheel in both hands and turning it with all her strength. But the wheel doesn't budge. "Crap, it's stuck or something!" Danny pulls the seeing stone from her pocket and gives the door a once-over. "You see anything?" "Well, whatever's got it shut isn't magical. That's good for us, at least." Imogen wipes grime away from the portal in the door. Imogen says, "I think I might know why it won't open." You squeeze beside her and look through the portal. All you see is dark, murky water from floor to ceiling. "It's flooded," Dwight says. And Tom says the water pressure must be keeping the door sealed. You walk to the door marked depressurization chamber. The chamber beyond is half flooded, and this door won't open either. There must be some way to drain the water, Dwight says. You step back, looking around, and notice 3 valves set onto pipes between the 2 doors. Red, green, and blue. Red, green, and blue. Chances of survival, 66.8% possibility. Hey, come take a look at these! Huh. What do you think they're for? Parker asks. Tom says, wait, I know what these do. Imogen says, you do? See how they're connected to the pipes leading out of the chambers? These valves must be for redistributing water from chamber to chamber, Tom says. If we can figure out the right combination, we can drain all the water out of the viewing chamber and open the door. Dwight says, Tom, you're a genius. Tom says, based on the pipe's configuration, I'd say the green valve empties water from the viewing chamber into the depressurization chamber. Oh, that's funny, because I just picked the green one because I was thinking green for good, green for go, you know? The blue valve moves water from the depressurization chamber to the viewing chamber. And the red valve empties water from the viewing chamber into our tunnel. Ooh, should we mess this up first? Do you think you could crack it, Dwight? That all sounded like Greek to me, Danny says. Dwight says, yeah, I think I got this. You know we gotta mess it up first. You know we do. Viewing chamber to our tunnel. With the creaking of pipes, the water drains from the viewing chamber and begins flooding your tunnel from an open-mouth pipe in the ceiling. I don't think that was right, Danny says. Tom says, there's too much water in the viewing chamber. It's gonna... The water level quickly rises over your head. Water fills your lungs sickeningly as the life is sapped from your body and you're plunged into darkness. And you're dead. You know we had to mess it up. We have to do it at least once. In this channel, we kill off our favorite characters. It's just it's a thing. It's a thing we do. There's nobody named Kate in the group, right? Okay. You are not forgiven for Kate. I'm sorry. I came for death scenes and I am entertained. See, Derpy laughed. It was funny. Yeah, it's been a while since we died. I did it on purpose. So let's see what happens if we mess it up and do the depressurization chamber to the viewing chamber. Let's see what happens. Pipes creak and groan as machinery tries to force more water into the already full viewing chamber. With a shriek of metal, the pipes above your head burst open and water comes streaming into your tunnel. Oh crap! Tom shouts. You're plunged underwater in a matter of seconds, wave after wave crashing into you and pinning you to the tunnel floor. Water fills your lungs sickeningly as the life is sapped from your body, and you're plunged into darkness. Okay, so now we've died twice. We can move on. Alright, let's go. You watch as water drains from the viewing chamber. Beside it, the depressurization chamber fills and fills until the water reaches the ceiling. Imogen eagerly rushes forward to look into the viewing chamber. Imogen looks really sad and she says, it's still half full. Why'd it stop? Tom says the depressurization chamber is full. The water doesn't have anywhere else to go. Dwight says, so we need to find somewhere else to empty the rest of the water. Okay, so we moved the water from the viewing chamber to the depressurization chamber. So now... Nope, we don't want to move it back to the viewing chamber. The viewing chamber to our tunnel. The water begins to drain from the viewing chamber and starts flooding your tunnel from a drainage pipe near the ceiling. Eee! I don't like this, Dwight! I really, really don't like this! The water continues to drain into your tunnel until it comes to a sluggish stop around waist high. Imogen says, I changed my mind! I hate this! You wade forward to peer in through the cloudy portal. And Dwight says, Whew! It's empty! We did it! Parker says, No, Dwight, you did it, and you should be proud of yourself. You get a solid grip on the hand wheel and turn it with all your might. With a satisfying hiss, you hear the door unseal, and the water all around you pushes it inward. Alright, time to see what's inside, Dwight says. Oh, I love this piece of music. You all walk slowly into the room, feet splashing in the shallow puddles as you look up at the stairs. Imogen says, Thank goodness! Looks like we beat the society here. Parker heaves the door shut with his shoulder and spins the inner hand wheel. Let's hope that slows them down at least a little. Wait a minute. Hold on. So now we're locked inside this room. The depressurization room now has water full in it. What's stopping them from moving the water from the depressurization chamber into this one? That's because Parker is a mole and wanted to trap you. Oh, oh man, that would be messed up if that was true. I hope it's not true. Your group climbs the creaking metal steps to the bulkhead door, and you peer through the foggy portal. Dwight says, There's another room. It looks like an airlock. You put both hands on the hand wheel and try to spin it, to no avail. Damn, this one's stuck too! Tom says, I think we just need more leverage. Maybe there's a loose pipe or a crowbar around here somewhere. Everyone fans out, searching the waterlogged room with renewed energy. You take a moment to look at them, and then back at the door, the last obstacle before reaching Josephine. And Dwight's thinking, I might not have another chance to talk to them. Anything I need to say, I should say it now. This is your last chance to have a one-on-one with a person of your choosing before the final battle, and your chance to boost their nerve. I think Imogen right now has the least amount of nerve. I know Parker's at max. Was it Danny? Or I think it was Imogen who was less. Anybody remember? I'm pretty sure Imogen had less than everybody. It's Imogen? That's what I thought. Everyone else is tough. Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I think it was Imogen who had the least amount. So, we're going to boost her. So, we'll do that. Last time I watched, it was Imogen. Okay. So, we're going to say something to Imogen. You approach Imogen as she peers behind a derelict piece of equipment. Imogen says, Oh, hey, Dwight. Come to help me look? I'm having a hard time seeing with all this water on my glasses, and everything's wet, so it's not like I can dry them with anything. Dwight says, Sorry, that's a bummer. I was actually wondering if we could go somewhere private to talk. There's nowhere to go, friend. We're all in the same room. I guess some private corner. Imogen says, Oh, sure. Nah, we're only going to do one. Everybody else is full up for this fight. We're good. We're good to go. We're good to go. You walk to the other end of the massive chamber and behind a wall of ancient machinery. It's not exactly cozy, but it is secluded. Imogen sits down as primly as she can manage on a damp outcropping of cement. Imogen says, well, what did you want to talk about? Dwight says, I wanted to say, not number one. I want you to take care of yourself. I mean, if something happens to me tonight, I need to know you're going to be okay. Imogen says, no! And she looks kind of ticked that you said that to her. Dwight says, no? Nothing's going to happen to you. We're going to free Josephine and we're all going to be just fine. Yeah, Jenny, you're right. We're all going to be just fine, Dwight says. I told you so. Was there something else you wanted to ask me? Not ask necessarily, but I also wanted to thank you for your kindness and your optimism. I don't think I could have gotten this far without you. I don't think I could have made it this far without your determination and your amazing fashion sense. Dwight says, I don't know about my fashion sense, but it's good to know that we've helped each other. You hear a clatter and both your heads snap up startled. Tom says, hey guys, I found something we can use. Imogen says, I guess that's it. Our time's up. Are you ready to finish this? Dwight asks. Imogen says, I don't know, but I'm going to finish it anyway, right beside you. Oh, you hold out your hand and Imogen takes it, your fingers intertwining. Raven! That's the spirit, Dwight says. You squeeze out from behind the concealing machinery and make your way back to the others where they're clustered around the airlock door again. You all look at the long, sturdy metal rod Tom's holding. Well, that certainly looks like it'll do the trick, Parker says. Tom wedges the pole between the hand wheel spokes, and it sticks out enough on both ends for everyone to get a grip on it. Hey, choices, lady. Tom says, ready? 3, 2, 1. Dwight says, push! Each of you throws your entire weight behind the bar. After a long moment, you hear a screech of metal and the hand wheel turns. Keep going! We're almost there, Parker says. Something inside the door clanks, and it swings open to reveal the small airlock and the door on the other side. And Daddy says, cool, so what do we do now? You stare at the other door, the murky darkness beyond the portal. Then you step into the airlock. Dwight says, close the door. And he looks really, like stressed about it. And Tom says, do what now? Dwight says, I've got to be the one to go out there. We all know that. You guys close the door, and I'll open the hatch to the lake bed. Parker says, but the airlock will flood. Dwight says, that's the point. Danny says, you got to be kidding me, Dwight. You don't have any equipment. Nothing to help you breathe. No way to get back in. And you hear a metallic pounding and turn to see the faces of cultists pressed against the tunnel door's portal. Imogen says, oh no, they're here. There's a squeal as the cultists begin turning the hand wheel just seconds away from unlocking it. And Dwight says, we're out of time. It has to be this way, and it has to be me. Parker steps forward to grip your shoulder tightly, his face solemn. We'll cover you. You put your hand over his and squeeze back. I can do this. Just hold them off as long as you can. And Tom says, we will. Imogen says, please, be careful. We'll kick some ass for you, Danny says. Parker backs out of the airlock and puts his hand on the door. You look at all your friends' faces for what might be the last time, and you give them a shaky smile. Well, I guess I'll see you on the other side. You stand rigid as the airlock's door swings shut with a resounding thud. leaving you alone. Here goes nothing, Dwight says. And swallowing hard, you walk to the hatch and spin the hand wheel. Water forces the hatch open a moment later, streaming into the airlock. The water is a horrifying pressure on top of you, threatening to crush the life from your body. I'm coming, Josephine! Dwight is thinking. And gathering your courage, you push forward through the doorway and into the lake beyond. You struggle through water that's thick with silt and plant life, making it nearly impossible to see. Dwight's thinking, Josephine's body has got to be around here somewhere. Your limbs begin to ache. You're suddenly very aware of your limited air supply and the crushing weight of the water above you. And I've got to calm down. You use every ounce of willpower to shut everything out and center yourself. And you pretend you're in a swimming pool. No danger, only a clear pool of water in someone's backyard. It works, and soon you find your heartbeat slowing, the panic subsiding. Time to keep moving, Dwight's thinking. And you push through a dense crop of kelp until you spot something glowing up ahead. And Dwight says, well, not says, he's thinking, is that? You push forward, squinting as the light grows brighter and brighter. And as your eyes adjust to the glare, you see... Wow. It's a skeleton at the bottom of the lake. Has many, stakes through the body and the head. One in the head, and then at different points in the body. What is that in this? What is that she's holding? Terrible what they did to that lady, Choices Lady says. Yes. You pull yourself toward Josephine's skeleton, nailed to the lake bed with weathered metal spikes. And Dwight's thinking, this is it. I know what I have to do. And you reach out for the nearest spike. First spike, and you pull it. But the second you touch it, a piercing, ear-rending scream seems to shake the water all around you. Oh no! Dwight's thinking. Two burning eyes flare in the darkness, streaking towards you like flaming arrows. Aye! It's Josephine the ghost. Desperately, you wrap both hands around the spike and pull, but it won't budge. No, 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 Dwight's thinking. As a howling Josephine bears down on you, you brace your feet against the lake bed and pull with all your might, feeling the spike start to shift. Come on, he's thinking. All at once, the spike comes free. You cringe, bracing yourself for the attack you know is seconds away, but it never comes. You look up to find Josephine hovering a few feet in front of you, staring at the spike in your hands. Sorry about that. And Josephine's just looking. Says nothing. Makes no sound. It's working, Dwight's thinking. Tossing the first spike aside, you grab hold of another, tearing it free. Josephine watches, eerily still, as you drop the second spike. You reach for another, lungs aching for air. Have to finish this, Dwight thinks. And you pull out spike after spike, strength ebbing from your body. Josephine starts to shift back and forth as if holding herself back. Hiss. Finally, there's only one spike left, a beautifully engraved marlin spike driven through the skeleton's chest, its runes glowing softly. And we're pulling the spike. And your hand grips the spike just above the skeleton's own fingers, and with what feels like the last of your strength, you tear it free. And Josephine growls. Josephine screams, actually, and a pressure wave of power slams against you, hurling you back across the craggy lake bed. Tumbling helplessly through the dark, your battered body finally gives in, and the world fades to black around you. You crawl sluggishly back to consciousness, your ears ringing. What happened? You cough up water and roll onto your side, every muscle in your body aching. As your eyes begin to adjust, you realize you're back in the viewing chamber, lying at the bottom of the stairs. How? You look to the other side of the chamber and see your friends locked in battle with the Society. Cultist says, "Ha!" Imogen says, "Just leave us alone." Astra says, "Imogen, stop this foolishness at once. The ritual has to be done." And Daddy says, "Stand down, old man. You can't win this." And Vincent says, "You're the one on the losing side, little girl." And the dirt monster growls, and Tom says, "Watch out!" Tom shoves Parker out of the way, only to get cuffed painfully in the side. Tom! Parker shouts. Chief Kelly says, "Should have given up when I gave you the chance, boy." Parker says, "Giving up's for quitters. You're the one who taught me that." And push yourself to your feet, and are nearly overcome with dizziness. Grimacing, you take a few staggering steps forward. And Dwight says, "I have to help them." Shuffling forward, your toes bump into something heavy beneath the water, and you look down and see the marlin spike from the lake? But how? As you stare at the spike, you feel a voice in your head calling out to you, begging you to pick it up. The marlin spike is a powerful weapon.
Now I shall have to create
that will give
more
you a strong
Martians.
advantage against the cult and will unlock the last rune lock on the cabinet. Cute Pets 95, welcome to the mothership. Thanks for following. Heck yeah, we're gonna take the marlin spike. Let's go. Parker's still in love with the sheriff. Yeah, he might be. I think that's the end of our chapter. And I'm just going to take a break for a couple minutes and get some more water after this. Yes, we did. We got the last lock, so now we can open the cabinet inside the house. Okay. Oh, I love this piece of music, too. Energy surges up into you, filling your tired limbs with vitality and clearing your head. Yes, I do think their socks get wet. Yes, they do. What? What is this thing? Dwight asks, and the cultist yells, "Yeah!" Seeing you standing, a cultist comes lunging at you, stun baton extended. "Ah!" Dwight screams. You blindly thrust out the marlin spike and feel it sink into the man's shoulder. And the cultist screams. You watch as sickly black veins pulse out from the wound and up the side of his face. What in the... And he stumbles away from you, coughing up black flecks of spittle and sinking to his knees. What did you do to me? I don't know, Dwight says. You step around the weakened cultist and run forward into the fray. And Dwight says, "Ha!" And you slash the marlin spike across the back of a cultist pinning Tom. And the cultist screams, and just like before, black veins stand out on her skin, and she crumples to the ground in a coughing fit. And Tom says, "Whoa!" Dwight says, "Tom, I'll help Imogen. You go get Danny out of trouble, okay? You got it?" Tom says, "I'm on it." As Tom sprints away, you reach Imogen, where she's being restrained by her father. "Let her go!" Dwight shouts. Vincent says, "My God, is that..." And Vincent takes one look at the marlin spike you're brandishing and releases Imogen. No. Imogen is Dwight's friend. Imogen runs to you. Well, his girlfriend. But his friend. Yeah. Imogen runs to you, hugging you fiercely. "Dwight, you're okay. We were so worried." You were out there for so long and... You foolish child, Vincent says. You have no idea what that artifact is capable of. Dwight says, it's got you scared. That's all I need to know. Jen, you still got those bolas? You bet. Vincent says, Imogen Abigail Westcott, don't you dare. Oh! Uh-oh. Broke out the middle name and everything. Sorry, Dad! With an overhead swing, Imogen launches the bolus into the air, and they wrap several times around Vincent, pinning his arms to his sides. Imogen! Vincent shouts. Nearby, Danny narrowly avoids a blow from the dirt creature's boulder-sized fist. Rah! The dirt monster shouts. And Danny says, You're not getting me this time, dirtbag! And Tom says, Get down! Danny ducks, just as Tom swings his wrench over his head, impacting the dirt monster at its elbow. And it explodes, leaving nothing but a stump for its left arm.
Oh!
Tom says, What's wrong, Stoney? Need a hand? Parker says, Dwight! You look over to find Parker grappling with Kelly. Dwight says, On my way! And as you near, you lash out with the Marlin spike. Chief Kelly shouts, Ah! And he lets go of Parker at once, cradling his gashed arm as blackness spreads across the wound. And Chief says, What? What have you done? Parker says, Thanks for the assist. Dwight says, Anytime. Astrid, Craig, stop lollygagging and get that damn Marlin spike away from him. Dirt monster,
Yes, boss.
The creature takes long, quaking steps towards you, as do the rest of the cultists in the room, and you hold the Marlin spike out in front of you like a shield. Get back! I'm warning you! There's a sudden rending sound, and the door at the top of the stairs flies open, water streaming in. Astrid says, What? It's Josephine. Ugh. Josephine flows out of the water, her algae and tangled hair streaming behind her. She points a skeletal claw at the assembled cultists and shrieks. Kill! And Dwight says, But I freed her! Why is she... From out of the water, hulking, decaying forms begin to rise. And a bear monster growls, and then elk monster appears, and Astrid says, No! No! Stay away from me! Get away from me! The beasts leap into action, trampling down cultists and tearing into them. The water pouring from the open door suddenly surges around Josephine, and when it falls away, she's surrounded by floating Marlin spikes. This is bad. And Josephine shouts, Kill! With a flick of her wrist, she sends one spike flying across the chamber to bury itself in the back of a retreating cultist. Ugh. Josephine hisses. And lake water continues to crash through the open hatch, wave after wave, flooding the room. And Dwight says, The door! We've got to get that door closed! Parker grabs Tom by the shoulder. Parker says, Give me a hand! They stumble up the stairs and put their full weight behind the door to try and force it back against the current. And the cultist shouts, Ah! And an elk monster makes a noise. Undead animals tear savagely into cultists as they attempt to flee through the tunnel door. And Chief Kelly says, Astrid! Vincent, help me! A bear creature has Kelly pinned, its blood-stained muzzle tearing into his flesh. And a bear monster makes noise and he's growling as he has him pinned up against the wall. And Astrid pauses for only a moment, exchanging a glance with her husband. And Vincent just looks. And Astrid looks and says, I'm sorry, Abraham. Know that you served our cause admirably. And they turn away from him, wading as fast as they can through the water towards the exit. And the chief shouts, Wait! Wait! Astrid! Ah! And you have to look away as Kelly is torn asunder by the beast's powerful jaws. And Parker shouts, Abe! Astrid says, Craig, clear a path. Dirt monster, yes, boss. And the dirt construct barrels forward, its boulder-like fists thrashing aside monsters and cultists alike. Murr? The elk monster makes that noise, and cultist says, Oof! The construct manages to squeeze its massive form through the tunnel door, and with an almost delicate hand, helps Astrid over the threshold. Behind you, the airlock doors finally slam shut, cutting off the flow of water. Yeah, at some point I will probably play it again, so yeah, no spoilers, please. Tom says, It's done. Let's get out of here. Astrid says, Come, Vincent. We're almost out of the... Kill them! Kill them all! Josephine flings another spike across the chamber and it tears through the air like a tiny missile, and Vincent goes, Ugh! And he looks down to find the spike driven straight through his heart. Astrid shouts, No! Imogen, Dad! Vincent, Vincent falls to his knees in the water and floats lifelessly upon the waves. His empty, unseeing eyes stare up at his wife. Astrid tears her shocked gaze away from her husband's corpse and looks back at Josephine with cold fury in her eyes. Astrid, You'll pay for this. You so help me, Josephine. I'll make sure you pay. She slams the door behind her and Craig spins the hand wheel until it sticks shut. You and your friends cluster together in the center of the chamber, surrounded by salivating beasts and corpses. Josephine turns to you then, the fire in her eyes dancing and shifting. Kill. Tom! Oh, hell! She's gonna kill us, he says. No, she isn't, Dwight says. Daddy says, Are you sure about that? Dwight says, I can get through to her. I know I can. She's free. She helped us. I just need to help her remember who she is. Parker says, That's crazy, Dwight. She's a monster. Dwight says, She's my grandmother. Imogen says, Dwight, be careful. You wait until you're standing only a few paces from the hovering specter. Josephine? Ooh, I'm Marie's son. She tilts her head to one side, the light within her eye sockets flickering curiously. Marie? Yes, that's right. You're starting to remember now, aren't you? You're starting to... Josephine's clawed hand lashes out, backhanding you across the room. Your back slams against the wall, knocking all the air from your lungs. You slump limply into the water, tasting blood in your mouth. Imogen, Dwight! Parker shouts, Dwight, stop! There's no humanity left in her! We've got to get out of here before she tears you apart! But before you can respond, Josephine is there, her claws wrapped around your throat, lifting you out of the water. Josephine. Ah! The burning blue-green pits of her eyes blaze close enough to singe your eyelashes. Dwight's thinking, I've got to try one last time. It's the only thing I can do. Listen to me. Let's see. I know Arthur betrayed you. Arthur? Josephine stares at you for a long, agonizing moment, as if searching for something. And then, You feel the hold on your throat slacken, and you slide to the water, wheezing and coughing. I remember. She drifts away from you, her form shimmering and undulating. What's happening? Imogen asks. And Dwight says, I don't know. Tom says, I don't know. Oh, it's her! Whoa! Josephine, oh my god. The beautiful translucent woman glides toward you, and her cold but surprisingly gentle hand rests on your cheek. You look just like Marie. Glowing tears begin to run down her face, and you feel tears running down yours. How long was I like that? How long was I a monster? About 50 years, I think. How much do you remember? Dwight says. I remember being stabbed in the heart with my own ritual marlin spike and being tossed in the river. After that, not much. I was so full of rage, I couldn't think. I remember hurting people. I remember wanting to hurt people. Dwight says, that's all in the past now. You're free, Grandma. Josephine. Josephine smiles, wrapping you in a hug that feels like a cool breeze against your skin. Josephine says, I think I remember seeing you in the water. So wonderfully brave. I wish I could have been there to watch you grow up. I just wish Mom could have lived to see this. She'd be so happy to know you're finally... And Josephine pulls back, holding you at arm's length. Her hands on your shoulders are suddenly very cold. Lived? I thought somehow you knew. She's dead? My baby is dead? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for you to find out this way. It must be... Josephine's hands drop to her sides, clenching into fists. The water in the chamber begins to churn, forming erratic peaks and maelstroms all around you. Kill them. And Dwight says, oh no, stay with me, Josephine. Don't let the monster take over again. Remember who you are. Oh, I remember. I remember that bitch Astrid stabbing me in the heart. I remember the power burning from me burning me from the inside. I remember the man I thought I loved betraying me. It's time for Arthur to pay. It's time they all paid for what they did to me and my little girl. Josephine rises, her whole form crackling with blue flames, and streaks upward, passing straight through the concrete ceiling. And Danny shouts, Dwight! And your friends slosh through the water towards you while you stand mutely, staring at the place where Josephine disappeared. Parker says, Dwight, are you alright? Say something! It's time for some Phasmo, Derpy. What have I done? Dwight says. And that's the end of chapter 14. Tom is tough as nails. And Imogen is coping. Parker is tough as nails. He's at 100. Danny's 90 of 100, tough as nails. Dwight's 100 of 100, tough as nails. So, gotta work to get Imogen's number up still. So I'll have to work on that. Her dad and her pet died. Yeah. We got a pretty good group score, though. Yeah, and her best friend. Yeah, you're right. We got all the locks for that big chest in Grandpa's house. I wonder what's in there. Or I guess we're going to find out. Alright. So chapter 14 is done. We're going to continue on. I just need a couple minutes so I can get some more water. And stand up for a couple minutes. So refresh, stand up, do your thing, get you some snacks. Be back in a couple minutes. Whew, all right. Oh my goodness. This is going to be intense, y'all. I'm worried. I'm worried. Not even joking. All right. So, let's see where we're at. For an amazing show, Panic looks really good. Yeah? Oh, you got to bounce? All right. Derpy. See you later. Derpy's a lot of fun to watch, especially when he's playing horror screams and he's screaming louder than me. I was definitely screaming last Saturday when I was playing Close to the Sun. So, Saturday, if you want to see some more horror and hear me scream, Close to the Sun is Saturday night. That's what we're playing. All right. How we all doing? Is he louder than Play Choices podcast? Oh yes. We'll have to find some clips of Derpy's screaming. Yeah. It's pretty up there. Ah. Ooh, a prison escape book? Ooh, that would be cool. All right, how are we all feeling? What did we think of that last chapter? I mean, Grandma was gorgeous. Gorgeous. You adore this book? Me too. I like it too, very much. I am enjoying it. Grandma was a little hot. Just a little bit? Well, she definitely wants a little bit of revenge. I don't feel like rereading it right now since I'm watching your stream, but I love it lives. Yes. Me too. So, I have a little surprise at the end of the stream. Hope you'll stay for that. Towards the end of the stream. And I'm also taking suggestions for the next book. Make sure you tweet me, or you can message me on Instagram, or whatever. Oh, that's funny. You can show off your Martian pride by, buying stickers or T-shirts or, you know, uh, mugs or whatever on at my T Public store. You could do that. I would prefer to read books I have not read before. One shots are good just because they're easier to read and they don't require, like too much. You know, I have heard that folks have been asking for a very scandalous proposal. I have read that book. It's been a while since I've read it, so I don't remember everything that happened. I have read Platinum. I have not read it with all the sound though, and it's been a long time since I've read it. Um, but you can put forth. I have read Veil of Secrets. You can put forth actually any. I'll allow any recommendation. How about that? And then we'll kind of go from there. I would prefer not to do like a really long series. No, not Queen Bee. TNA Queen Bee off the table. Off the table. No. I know my streams are mature, but not everybody that's watching this stream is of age to be reading those particular books. Oh man, my fur wow. Wishful Thinking. I have not read that one. So, like I said, hit me up on my social medias. I can't write everything down, and stuff. So, drop me a list. I'd love to see what you're thinking. I would prefer not to do like a series that's very long, like say the Royal Romance. It's just too many books. I love Desire and Decorum. I probably wouldn't read it on stream. It's again too many books. Too many books. One or two books, that's cool. Because then, yeah, kind of. It's not too difficult for folks to, to keep up with. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I don't think that's a choices book to Panics. So we want to stick with choices books. There should be one. Well, just keep it in mind. Think about it. Tweet me if you like. Uh, and then we'll kind of come up with a... You can read Dr. Seuss and I join. He's so funny. So funny. Oh my gosh. Cat in the Hat. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Courtesan of Rome. A Courtesan of Rome was an awesome book. I loved that book so much. I'm a big fan of period pieces. So, you know, those are my jam. But we'll work it out. You know, like I said, y'all can tweet at me or whatever, and then we'll come up with like a list, and then maybe we'll do a poll. We'll do that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Ultimately, I will choose from the list. So, all right. This is chapter 15. And it says, warning! The fate of you and your friends is decided in this chapter. Depending on characters' nerve scores and other choices, your experience of this chapter may contain disturbing content. Dun dun dun! Alright. Yes, they do. They do. Hot on the heels of Josephine, you burst back out into the secret passage beneath Richard Sutcliffe's mansion. Dwight, wait up! Danny shouts. Danny drags you to a stop, red-faced and gasping for breath. We've been running for like half an hour! Dwight says, We have to hurry! You steady yourself against the doorframe, pulling in deep lungfuls of air. Josephine's going after my grandpa, and Elliot's with him. Every second we wait. Imogen says, but we don't even know how to stop her. You already tried freeing her from the lake, and it only made her worse. Parker says, that's not entirely true. She's lucid now. That means she can be reasoned with. And Danny says, Dwight already tried that, too. Grandma doesn't really seem like she's in the mood for listening anymore. And Dwight says, we don't have a choice. We have to try. Josephine's out for blood, and the society aren't the only people in Pine Springs. It's about to get very fire and brimstone around here. And we're the only ones who have any chance of stopping her. And if we don't try, a lot of innocent people will die, including my brother. Are you with me? Your friends all nod, resolute. Then let's do this! Pressing on through the cellar, you come out into Richard's mansion and find it littered with robed corpses. Oh God! Imogen says. And you wander through a scene of carnage. Bodies slumped over tables and dangle from railings, and every single one has a marlin spike through it. And Tom says, Josephine did all this? Danny says, wow, she's really not messing around, is she? How the heck do you reason with this? And Dwight says, maybe if we... Something grabs your shoulder. Ah! A cultist hangs from the wall, staked through the chest. She reaches feebly toward you with a bloody, shaking hand. Help me. Whoa! Get off me! You slap the cultist's hand away instinctively. She coughs weakly, arm falling to her side, and the last trace of life drains from her eyes. And Imogen says, Is she? And Danny says, yeah, she's gone too, just like the rest. But I look at my captions, keep saying daddy when I'm saying Danny. It's just so funny. I'm just looking at it like, wait, what? I didn't say that. Parker says, there's nothing we can do for them. We've got to get to Dwight's family before the same thing happens to them. Dwight says, let's get out of here. As you hurry across the grounds outside Richard's mansion, the sun begins to rise over the water. Aw, well, sorry to hear that, cute pets. Yeah, but Arthur took the boat when he left with Elliot. And Imogen says, we can use one of Richard's. He's got like 1,000,000 of them. Yeah, we all have our favorite and not favorite books here. Parker says, doesn't he dock them at the marina, though? And Imogen says, not the small ones. And she says he keeps them tied up elsewhere. Lead the way. Before long, you're skipping across the water, the prow of a speedboat cutting through the dense fog. And Tom says, geez, what is with this weather? I've never seen the fog get this thick. I can barely see the front of the boat. And Daddy says, I don't think this is natural. It's not. This is Josephine's doing, I'm sure of it. Suddenly, you hear the unmistakable sound of screams. Imogen says, it's coming from town! Parker says, we've got to help them. And Tom says, I'm on it! Tom guns the engine, sending the small boat rocketing across the water, and you hold tight to the handrail, wind whipping through your hair. Suddenly, a dark shape butts up out of the mist, your boat headed on a path for collision. Warn Tom. Tom, look out! Tom says, oh, snap! Tom yanks hard on the wheel, jerking the boat out of the obstacle's path just in the nick of time. Good eyes, Tom says. Good reflexes, Dwight says. And you lean over the side of the boat as you speed past the dark object, trying to discern what it could have been. Is that a car? And Daddy says, what the hell is a car doing in the middle of the lake? And Imogen says, I don't think we're in the middle of the lake, you guys. And Tom says, what are you? Whoa! You're all thrown backwards in your seats as Tom maneuvers the boat around another unexpected object, and then another, until finally the shapes in the horizon dissolve into a blood-chilling sight. And Parker says, oh my God! And the town is flooded. Main Street's flooded. The police station's flooded. Josie is mad. yes, Play Choices podcast. Very mad. And Tom says, the town, it's completely underwater. And Dwight says, damn it, we're too late. Yeah, she is not happy. Not a happy camper at all. Hey, Power Metal fan. Josephine is the leader of the Eat the Rich movement. Right? Sink or Swim, Chapter 15. As you take in the flooded vista before you, your hand moves instinctively to cover your mouth. And Dwight says, oh my God! It's going pretty good, Power Metal. Parker says, I don't understand. Pine Springs has never flooded like this. Not in all my years living here. It isn't even raining. Your hand coils into a shaking fist, and you punch the rail of the boat, outrage boiling within you. Dwight says, damn it, Josephine! Imogen says, Dwight, look! You follow where Imogen is pointing and see pockets of people stranded on upturned cars and floating debris, monsters in the water snapping at them like sharks. In the middle of the chaos, a single swimmer is trying to reach the safety of a floating log. And a civilian, ha ha! A sickly blue-green light starts to emerge from the depths beneath her. Hey, look out! Dwight shouts. And Josephine says, they will pay. They will all pay! Yeah, that was the fairgoer, you're right. Josephine erupts from the water, flying out into the mist. In her wake, more creatures rise up to the surface, surrounding the solitary swimmer. And there's a bear monster. And the civilian screams. And she's dragged under by the monster, blood and bubbles gurgling up after her. And Parker shouts, no! Parker tries to vault over the side of the boat, and you and Tom have to wrestle him back. Parker says, "We gotta save her!" Nah, she's gone, man. She's gone. She's gone. Dwight says, "It's too late. She's already gone. You just gotta get yourself killed." Parker says, "There are people dying out here." Tom steers the boat along the waterfront, searching for a way through the wreckage, and you take in the tableau of chaos before you. Power Metal Fan says, "We gotta save her." We? Where's this we? Exactly. Dwight says, "The only way to help them is to find some way to stop Josephine." Danny says, "Yeah, all we have to do is hold an intervention for the wrathful ghost of a dead lady. Piece of cake." "We could start by catching up to her. Tom, did you see which way she went?" And Tom says, "Yeah, but there's too much debris. I can't find a way onto Lakeview, or what used to be Lakeview." And Dwight says, "We'll have to dock and go in on foot." Q-Pat, sounds like you need like a Twitter feed or something for all of your thoughts. It's kind of the wrong spot for that. You scan the shoreline and spot a clear patch of grass poking up from the floodwaters. Or a blog. I mean, one of the two. "Over there by the park, punch it!" Dwight says. And Tom says, "Aye, aye, Captain." The boat speeds around a block of buildings and emerges into a wide open space. You're speeding along towards the higher, drier ground of the hill in the grassy center when Dwight shouts, and Tom says, "Holy!" The boat is sent careening into the air by some unseen force, flipping over and dumping you into the ice-cold water. Dark shapes swarm in the water around you, a maelstrom of unnaturally burning eyes and gnashing teeth. You kick up to the surface, your instincts propelling you forward, or upward. Coughing up water, you drag yourself onto the bank, turning around to find one of the possessed beasts clawing and gnashing at the overturned boat. And a bear monster growls, and Danny coughs, and she says, "Where are the others? I don't see them." Imogen's head pops up through the waves not far away. Danny says, "Oh, thank God!" Her appearance is shortly followed by Parker, and then Tom, who reemerges dangerously close to the boat, and you wave your arms from the shore, signaling your friends over. Dwight shouts, "Get out of there! Get out of the water!" They swim frantically towards you. Tom is nearly out of the water when the bear notices him swimming away and leaps on top of him. And Tom shouts. And Danny shouts, "Tom!" No, it's not. Twerk away. That's what I say. The song, yeah. Go ahead. That's good. Let's do it. And Tom rolls onto his back under the massive beast, managing to free one arm and whack the bear across the shoulder with his wrench. Grah! The bear monster growls, and its arm explodes out of its socket, spraying the shore in viscera. And Tom gave the monster a piece of his mind, and he shouts, "I said get off me!" The bear rears angrily onto its hind legs, towering over him. And then, without warning, a dark shape materializes out of thin air, coalescing beside the bear. "Hi! It's Noah! It's Noah! What? Noah? Oh! What?" Power Metal Fan says, "Nani?" Yeah! It closes a shadowy hand around the beast's head. Noah says, "Don't hurt friends." The bear explodes into flames, incinerating into molten slag that lets out a screaming geyser of steam as it crashes backward into the water. I'm so excited that Noah showed up! I'm just like, yes! Ah! He wants his beanie back. How is a scary shadow monster so cute? Oh, I'm sure Play Choices podcast. Oh my gosh, I would have been bummed out. But I couldn't do it. Oh, thanks to Panics for gifting that sub. Play Choices podcast. Enjoy all the fantastic emotes. Actually, I think we need some OMGs in the chat, y'all. We need some OMGs, like, big time. Like, OMG! Noah, what? Tom gets shakily to his feet, brushing the soot from his face and clothes. Noah, what are you doing here? Did Kat send you? Dwight asks. Flames petering out, the shadowy form nods its ghostly head. You can't spell Imogen without OMG. Yes! Noah says, help, friends? Recruit Noah to gain a powerful ally in the fight against Josephine and her minions. Duh! Yeah! Hell yes! Worth that 25 diamonds. Please, we need all the help we can get. I help friends. And Tom says, hell yeah, we'll take down those bad guys together. What do you say? Bad guys. Noah says. And before you can say anything more, the shadowy figure dissipates like smoke and flows off lightning fast into town. Why is Noah so cute? I know! I mean, I said together, but you gotta admire the enthusiasm. Nearby, the others stare, dumbfounded. And Daddy says, does anybody want to tell us what the hell is going on? There'll be plenty of time for that later. Let's go, Dwight says. And you hurry back toward town. Emerging back onto the flooded remains of Lakeview Boulevard, your group sloshes through the waist-high water, keeping your eyes peeled for Josephine. In the distance, you see a group of people climbing the fire escape of a building, trying to reach the roof. And Parker says, we need to help those people get to safety. Deputy Do-Right, reporting for duty. And Daddy says the best way to help them is to stop Josephine as fast as possible. And Parker says, so we just let people die in the meantime? And Daddy says, would you rather mop up blood or stop the bleeding? Parker frowns, conflicted. Fine, but the next person I see in a life or death situation, I won't hesitate. I need you all to know that. And Tom says, likewise. Down the street, you hear a yelp and turn to see a cultist slogging out of an alley. Oh no! This guy? Richard? You go ahead, Deputy Do-Right. Are you going to save Richard? Huh? That's what I want to know. Richard shouts, get away from me! Josephine glides through the water after him, a marlin spike in hand. But I have something for you. And Dwight says, there she is, Josephine! Josephine glances your way but doesn't stop. And she and Richard pass out of sight and you hear a distant scream. And Dwight shouts, this way! But in the instant, you start after her, the water before you begins to boil and rise. And Tom says, what the? A creature stands up out of the water, skin sloughing off its briny flank, exposing oozing tissue, jagged fangs, and a face that's strangely familiar. Oh no! No! It's Imogen's horse! Oh! Oh Oh my goodness. What the hell? The D in Diavolo stands for dead. Oh man. Flames ignite the creature's eyes. It stirs to life, whinnying a horrible wheezing rattle that shudders from the holes in its throat. Diavolo Schlosh. Is that a horse? Tom asks. Josephine does horses now? And Danny says, where did she even... And it takes a shuddering step towards you, jittering like a wind-up toy. And with a bolt of horror, you suddenly recognize the color of its coat. Feeling the new mane. Oh no, Dwight says. And so does Imogen. Diavolos? And Diavolos whinnies as best he can at her. And Parker says, look out! And Diavolos charges, exploding through the water and right into the midst of your group. He hits Danny in the ribs with a hind kick. Ah! Danny shouts. And then he whips toward you, rearing up, hooves wheeling in the air. Diavolos shouts. And Imogen's voice cuts through the air. Imogen says, Diavolos, stop! Diavolos' eyes blaze. He drops back down onto all fours, revolving toward Imogen as she wades forward. Imogen, wait! That isn't Diavolos, not anymore! Dwight shouts. But she pushes past you, her hand extended. Nearby, Tom helps Danny to her feet, and you all watch as Imogen approaches her former pet. Necroprancer. That's too funny. And Diavolos makes a noise toward Imogen, and she says, It's okay, Dee. It's okay. It's just me. I'm going to help you. Everything's going to be okay, boy. And Diavolos neighs. And Imogen and Danny says, Imogen, get back here. Are you out of your mind? The thing's going to kill you. And Imogen says, no, he won't. Diavolos, it's me. You know me. I raised you from a foal. You're my best friend. A soft turquoise light begins to emanate from Imogen's hand, and her voice resonates with power as she speaks. I'm not going to lose you too. Come back to me. Imogen's power can bring Diavolos back. The reanimated horse lowers his head, getting ready to charge her. And Dwight shouts, Imogen! But then her hand comes to rest on his forehead, and his taut muscles relax, and he lifts his head and nickers. That's it, boy. I knew we could do it. And Tom says, am I seeing this right? Did she actually turn a zombie thing to our side? And Dwight says, not just any zombie thing. Her zombie thing. And Imogen gets her fist into Diavolos' matted mane and swings up onto his back. The two of them make a formidable sight. You can't beat this dead horse. Nope, sure can't. Are you guys ready to go or what? And Danny says, hell yeah. And Dwight says, nice work, Imogen. Now let's go. Yeah, it's a happy moment when you hear that tune. That's true. Ooh, I haven't heard this piece before. It's a cool piece of music. Suddenly, you hear the crash of breaking glass, followed by the sound of screams. Yeah, really, Imogen really put herself at risk for that, you know? I'm glad she was able to turn it around. At the Compass Cafe, a horde of monsters thrash and claw through a broken window, while terrified patrons drive them back with stools. Oh, okay, I haven't played those books. And the bear monster growls, and the civilian says, they're breaking through! And another civilian says, hold them! We gotta hold them! Tom shouts, that building! There's still survivors inside! We have to do something! And Dwight says, we should lure the monsters away. And Parker says, what are you thinking? Want to get up on the rooftop? Oh, or maybe we can find an alley and force them to bottleneck together so we can... And Dwight says, I have an easier idea. And you grab a hunk of driftwood out of the water. Hey, freak show! Dwight shouts, and you hurl the driftwood across the flooded street where it rebounds off a rotting shoulder. Grah? Bear monster says. Ugh. And one by one, the creatures turn toward you, snarling. A half dozen more rise silently from under the water. And Imogen says, well, I think we got their attention. And Dwight says, good. And you look one of the snarling monsters in the eye and crook a finger. Come get some. The water crashes upward as the creatures plunge forward, a wall of putrid flesh and fangs barreling toward you. You crash together in the middle of the street, and a furious melee erupts all around you. And an elk monster growls, and Parker shouts, come on! And one of the creatures rams Tom through a bakery window. Grah! The bear monster growls, and Tom says, oof! And Imogen, Tom! Hold on! Diabolos rears, and he nickers back. Diabolos rears, braying angrily, and then plunges across the street, trampling monsters underfoot. And nearby, another charges at Danny. You want some? Come get some, Danny says. I love Danny. And Danny pulls her fist back with her brass knuckles. Hell yeah! Chew on this, Danny shouts, and the elk monster growls and topples sideways dead. Another charges up behind her as she whirls, catching it by the antlers. Ha! The elk monster shouts, and Danny says, I could use a hand here! And Parker reaches for his belt and flicks out his stun baton. Sweet! He rams it through the creature's chest. Yeah! Parker shouts, and the elk monster, Boo? The creature spasms, black smoke billowing from its eyes and mouths as it crashes sideways into the water. And Danny says, thanks for the save. Now let's go take care of Dwight behind you! You whip around to find one of the creatures towering on its hind legs above you. And it's another elk monster! And Dwight shouts, whoa! But a fist of black smoke explodes out of the water, hurling the elk off the ground and through the side of a building. And Danny shouts, holy crap! And Parker says, whoa, was that? And smoke whirls in front of you, blue flames swirling into a familiar, happy face. Friends! Noah came to our aid. And Dwight says, after that, damn right we are! Noah gives you a thumbs up and then swoops off to deal with more monsters. Monster mash, yeah. And Parker says, listen, we'll handle things out here. You go help Imogen and Tom. And Dwight says, right. You head toward the bakery where Tom and Imogen are back to back on top of a counter, surrounded by a sea of snapping jaws. And outside, Diabolos angrily stamps his hooves, kicking out at monsters as they try to draw closer. Inside the bakery, a monster bites at Tom's shin, missing by inches. And Tom shouts, damn it, back off! And Imogen says, Dwight, we can use a distraction. And Dwight shouts, I'm coming! And you wade through the shattered bakery window, whistling at the monsters inside. And Dwight shouts, hey, over here! And one of the creatures lumbers around your way and then lunges. And we're gonna stab it! And you duck the swipe of a rotting paw and pull back your weapon. Take this! And you stab it with the marlin spike. Yeah! And you drive it into the bear's chest. And the bear monster, huh? The bear staggers, gnashing at the air in agony as its flesh ruptures and sloughs off into the water. As the creature slumps over dead, more turn to head toward you. And Tom shouts, oh no you don't! And he has his rune wrench and he says, here it comes. Tom leaps off the counter and onto the monster's back, slamming his wrench into its skull. Tom used his weapon. Hurrah! And the elk monster makes a really nasty noise, and he rides its corpse into the water and then leaps to his feet. And Tom says, "Come on!" At the counter, rotting monsters claw at Imogen's feet. "Get away from me!" And she has her rune bolus. Awesome. She swings her bolus like a mace, bashing a monster across its jaw. Imogen says, "Take that!" God bless you. The puns, though. The puns. I love the puns. The monster's skull cracks in half and it falls over dead. Power Metal fan says, "Hey, over here. Ah, terrible plan. Run." Yeah. But at least she got a CG. Yeah. Yeah. As the last of the monsters inside the bakery fall dead, Tom slumps against the counter, gasping for breath. Tom says, "I can't take much more of this." And Imogen says, "That makes 2 of us." Dwight says, "3 of us, but we don't have a choice, and I don't plan on dying in a bakery. Come on." The 3 of you hurry back outside, where Parker and Danny are looking similarly winded. "You guys okay?" Parker asks. And Tom says, "We're fine, but we need to get these people out of here." You all turn toward the Compass Cafe, where odd faces emerge, staring out at you. Are they gone?" A civilian asks. "What the hell were those things?" somebody else asks. Danny says, "Swamp gas and weather balloons. What did you think? What did they look like? They're monsters, man." Dwight says, "You all need to leave town. Get as far away from the lake as you can." And so the civilian says, "We'll never make it. We have injured people." And Parker points across the street. "Into the police station." "The whole thing's flooded," a civilian says. "The whole 2nd floor is built to double as a safe room. There's a secure door. Even these things won't be able to get through." "Unless you'd rather stay here," Danny says. The bystanders look back at the shattered cafe window and then one another. And civilian says, "Police station it is." Civilian says, "Sounds good to me." Imogen swings back up onto Diabolos's back, waving her arm forward like a field marshal. "This way!" Slogging through waist-high water, you all form a ragged procession and start across the street. But before you make it all the way there, you hear a scream behind you. You turn as the man from the cafe is sucked under the surface in a spray of blood. No warning. You didn't see the second wave coming. That's because we didn't have the bracelet. Civilian shouts, "Ah!" And so the other one says, "Bill!" Dwight's down 3 points. "Everyone run!" Screaming chaos breaks out as the whole procession flees for the police station. And Tom says, "The water! They're under the water!" Imogen says, "Where?" Danny clambers up onto a crooked lamppost and pulls something out of her pocket. Seeing stone. Nice. She scans the waters below. And Danny says, "Over there, look out!" An arm of seething flesh fur explodes out of the water, grabbing the woman from the cafe. And she screams. You saved a bystander. "Over here!" Dwight shouts. And you grab her wrist, pulling her to safety. And Tom says, "We're almost there." And you all reach the police station with the remaining survivors, but the doors are sealed from the inside. And Parker says, "Hey, it's Shaw, open up!" Parker bangs on the door, but there's no answer from inside. Parker shouts, "Damn it, they must have put the station on lockdown and evacuated. Everyone, look for a way in. There must be another door somewhere." The only other way is the fire exit out back, but that door can't open from the outside. "What kind of dumbass design is that?" Tom asks. And down the street, beneath the water, a formation of shadows make a wide banking turn headed your way. Imogen climbs down off Diabolos's back. And she says, "No! There has to be a way to get these open! Wait a minute!" Imogen frantically fishes in her pockets and pulls out the skeleton key. Aha! Low-key MVP. And Parker says, "I don't want to burst your bubble, but I'm fairly certain the key for these doors doesn't look like..." The doors unlock with a heavy click. Parker says, "You're kidding me!" Danny scrambles down the lamppost. "Nice one." I still want to know where Imogen's pockets are. Yes. It's a good thing she keeps it on her. "I knew this thing would come in handy again." Parker says, "Well, we'll hold the door. The rest of you get inside. The stairs are down the hall and to the left." As the last of the survivors rush into the building, the second wave of monsters surges toward you. Dwight shouts, "Here they come!" And Diabolos positions himself outside the doors, covering your escape as you all rush into the police station and slam the doors behind you. Monsters crash against the doors while a torrent of water cascades through the gap. And while the survivors from the cafe hurry for the second floor, the rest of you brace against the doors, straining. And Tom says, "Damn things." And Imogen says, "Kat, get it closed." Danny says, "We're not going to be able to hold them for much longer." Parker, "Dwight, find something to bar the doors." His skeletal face lunges through the gap, jaws clamping down on Tom's arm. And Tom shouts, "Ah!" And he loses 3 points. And we got to keep focused. We got to find a way to seal the door. So Dwight says, "Hold them off, I'll be right back." And launching away from the doors, you sprint through the office, footsteps splashing in ankle-high water. Gotta be something I can... You spot a heavy filing cabinet. Perfect! You position yourself behind the cabinet and shove, driving it across the floor and right up against the doors with a bang. The cabinet knocks the wind out of you, but the door slams shut long enough for the others to pile more in front of them. Danny says, "Are we good?" The doors groan, but hold steady as the water pouring into the station slows to a trickle around the edges of the frame. And Danny says, "Damn, those are some sturdy doors." "There are even better ones upstairs, this way." Alright, we'll tell a bad joke as soon as we can get a little break from here. 1 second. Through ankle-high water and flickering lights, you make your way across the station. Outside, you hear a roar. And Tom says, "Geez, they really don't give up, huh?" And Dwight says, "Apparently not." A shadow passes over the room as a monster sails past a high window howling, followed by black smoke. And Noah, and Dwight says, "Well, at least someone's having fun." And you continue on, making your way toward a stairwell at the end of a narrow hall. Alright, let's find some bad jokes before we continue. Let's see here. What do we got? Let's see. trying to find a good one. Jingo's cracking me up back there. What's a little ghost's favorite game? Hide and shriek. Someone told me that they hate Mr. Red, and they went on and on about how he has Noah appeal. That's good. I like it. That's cruel and unusual punishment. But as you near the stairs, something smashes out of an office door, blocking your path. It's a bear monster! And it grabs Parker by the leg and drags him off his feet, slamming him into a wall. And Parker's like, oof! The bear clambers on top of Parker, raising its paw. And Imogen says, Parker! You all run at the bear from behind, but its rotting flesh writhes as snakes burst forth, hissing and snapping at you. And Parker shouts, stay back, I got this! Parker grabs one of the bear's paws. Rune cuffs? Wait, what? He throws one cuff around it and slams the other end around an old radiator. The bear thrashes, roaring as Parker scrambles away, wiping his face and breathing heavily. Parker, did you just handcuff a bear? Parker says, damn straight I did. And Danny says, don't forget to read it its rights. That's good. That was good. And Parker says, if that thing asks for an attorney, I quit. As you talk, the bear gradually ceases roaring. It shakes, its head groaning as if shaking something off. Grah. That was an unbearable pun. What's it doing? Dwight asks. And Tom says, I think like its mainframe just rebooted. And Imogen says, it seems like those cuffs block its connection to Josephine somehow. And Parker says, well, in that case, they could just stay there for now. The front doors jump with a bang. Come on, let's get upstairs before this thing's friends figure out how to open that door. And you continue down the hall, edging around the confused creature, and it sniffs the air as you pass. And Dwight says, nice, bear, snake, thing. And you give it a tentative pat on the head as you pass and then head up the stairs. As the door shuts, Parker rams the bolt home with a heavy sigh. And Parker says, well, that was certainly in the top 3 weirdest experiences I've ever had at work. All around you, run-down survivors struggle to recuperate. Nearby, the woman from the cafe is sitting with her back to a wall, and she gives you and Danny a trembling wave. And Danny smiles gently and waves back. Nearby, Imogen groans, taking a seat at a table, and Tom lays down on the floor. Parker leans against a wall, rubbing his forehead, and Danny paces anxiously. Okay, so, what's our next move here? And Dwight says, we still need to find Josephine. Stopping her stops everything else. And Danny says, okay, well, let's get moving. The sooner we end this, the better. And Tom says, look, I don't want to be that guy, but I could use like 5 minutes. And Parker winces, wiping away blood from a cut on his forehead. And Parker says, there should be some medical supplies in the storage cabinet. Might be a good idea to take a second, patch ourselves up. The others look at you, and they all seem pretty beat up. Yeah, we should probably take a few minutes. And oh, shoot! Warning, the battle only gets worse from here. This is the last chance in the book to boost everyone's nerve. Yeah, let's, spend those 30 points and take that breather. Dwight says, yeah, let's take 5, get ourselves together, and then we'll go. And Danny sighs, nodding reluctantly. Yeah, okay. Danny says, can you help me with my shirt? I think something got me in the shoulder. And while Danny helps Imogen, Parker leads you and Tom to a cabinet on the wall and begins rooting around outside. I got caught off guard, but I wasn't expecting Imogen to say anything right there. And Parker says, let's see, first aid kit, gauze, alcohol wipes. Hey, an old handset! And Parker passes Tom the first aid kit and pulls a dusty old shortwave radio from the cabinet. What good will that do? Dwight asks. And Parker says, if it still works, I should be able to get in touch with the rest of the force and let them know that there are people holed up here. Dwight says, nice. Tom says, yeah, well, in the meantime, your face is still bleeding. And Tom and Parker sit down on a table while Parker fiddles with the radio, and Tom hunts through a first aid kit. And Tom says, looks like this thing's fully stocked. Should be enough for any injured people here, too. That's at least some good news. And he sighs, shaking his head. What's wrong? Dwight asks. And Tom says, everything. This is exactly what I came here to stop, and I failed. This is Westchester High homecoming all over again. Tom, you didn't fail. This was always going to happen. It's been brewing since before either of us was even born. If not for us, if not for you, the society would still be killing people to cover up Josephine's drownings. And Josephine would still be down there, getting madder, growing stronger, and eventually she still would have broken free. And Tom says, great, so nothing we did mattered. And Dwight says, everything you did mattered. Without you, the rest of us wouldn't have any idea of what we were up against. We might not even be here. And Dwight says, hell, I could have died that night by the lake when you saved us from that bear thing. And if we weren't there, none of these people would be either. And Tom frowns skeptically, looking around at the other survivors. But the longer he looks, the more uncertain he becomes. And Tom says, geez, I don't know what to say. Parker says, that's because Dwight's right. You and Tom turn to Parker, just as he closes the panel on the radio. A faint crackle of static fills the air. Parker says, ha! Got it! Parker picks up the receiver and begins tuning the frequency knob. This is badge 225. Pine Springs PD. If anyone can hear me, please respond. Over. I repeat. Tom pulls a few supplies out of the first aid kit for himself and Parker, and then hands you the rest. You make your way back to Danny and Imogen. And Imogen says, ow, ow, ow! As you approach, Danny is peeling fabric away from a gash on Imogen's shoulder. And Danny says, yikes, you weren't kidding. They got you good. And Dwight says, here, this should help. You take a seat nearby as Danny tends to Imogen. Oh my god, she's a wolf. So how are you two holding up? Oh, you know, constant panic, no sleep, haven't had anything to eat in the past 24 hours except stale crackers from a dead guy's house, Danny says. Imogen says, oh my god, tell me about it. I could eat a... Oh. Imogen stops mid-sentence, whimpering softly and pulling her knees to her chest. You place a gentle hand on her forearm. Yes. Imogen, how are you holding up? You've had it rougher than any of us. Your friend, your horse, your dad. I'm okay. I'm mostly just worried. And Danny says, worried about what? I know how this is going to sound, but my mom... Don't get me wrong. She's done some awful things, and she deserves to pay for them. But I still don't want to lose her. I don't want to lose anyone else. And Danny says, hey, nobody's going anywhere, except maybe to therapy when all this is over. And Imogen laughs, wiping tears as Danny hugs her from behind. We're gonna get through this. All of us. Plus 10 for Imogen. Woohoo! Thank you both. Danny says, of course. Now, Dwight, get over here and help me disinfect my leg. I'm not surviving ghosts and monsters just so I can die from sepsis a week from now. Dwight says, that's the spirit. Also, grows. You help set to helping Danny. Across the room, Parker stands up, claps his hands, and puts on his best cop voice. Okay, people, listen up. Pine Springs PD is camped along Route 140 outside Bonanza, along with most of the other survivors. The rest are likely still holed up in town, same as us. As we speak, PD is coordinating with the nearest Coast Guard air station in North Bend to start aerial search and rescue. What I need you to do is hold tight here. Do not open this door. Listen for helicopters, and when you hear them, signal out the window. The civilian says, got it. No, PD. Kind of get like a little stuffy while I'm doing this stuff, especially because of Imogen's voice. The survivors all nod, and for a moment, the mood in the room feels almost hopeful. You all help one another bandage your wounds and then get ready to leave. And Dwight's thinking, now would be a good chance for a quick word in private with someone. You want to steal a moment with your love interest? Now's your chance. Right now, I think everybody's good. We're just going to get moving. Okay, everybody ready? Let's go ghost bust my grandma. I mean, we don't actually have any idea how to do that yet, but... You're interrupted by a scream from outside. Everyone jumps to their feet. And Danny says, that sounded like... Imogen says, my mom! And Tom says, bet you I can guess who else is there. Parker crosses the room and yanks open the window. We should be able to make it to the roof of the building next door from here. And Dwight says, after you. The monsters roar and swarm below as you emerge into the fog once more, stepping out onto the window ledge and pulling yourself up to the roof. As you help Imogen onto the roof, she glances back toward the street below, where Diavolos is still fighting monsters out in front of the station. Imogen says, I hope he'll be okay. And Danny says, well, the good news is he's already dead. Oh, Danny! Danny! You didn't have to go there. You didn't. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that, Danny. One by one, you all climb up to the roof. As the last of you finish pulling yourselves over the side, Noah appears in a coil of smoke, startling everyone. Friends, Noah says. And Tom says, jeez, I almost fell. And Noah says, what next? And Dwight says, I need you to stay here, Noah. Stay? Protect the people in this building and save as many others as you can. Can you do that for me? Yes! Noah nods, turning to go, and then stops and looks back, eyes shining with cautious concern. Dwight? No dying, okay? And Dwight says, okay. And Noah just looks at him and smiles, and he shoots off toward the street below. You turn toward the others. Well, you all heard that. No dying, got it? Baby, I can't with him, Dr. Waffles says. Noah's so sweet, yes. Tom says, hey, no argument here. Dwight says, good, now let's go. Scrambling over the rooftops, you head downtown, following the screams. We're making our way downtown. You know what's next. Across town, a horde of monsters surrounds the dock. As you arrive, you catch a flash of movement and spot something holding them at bay. It's a dirt monster, and he says, "Go away." Sweeter than Danny, at least. Yeah. Behind the stone creature, Astrid crouches at the end of the dock. Her leg is mangled. She's struggling to reach an unmoored boat. Come on, not here, not like this. Imogen says, "Mom!" And you glance nervously toward the monsters, but they only have eyes for Astrid, and she turns your way. Imogen, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be. Pride and fear war on her face, and then she notices you. Her expression twists with fury. "Man, what do you want? Come here to gloat? Are you happy with what you've done to our family? To this town?" "Me?" Dwight says. "Astrid." Ooh, huh. Only because we like Imogen. Do you want help or not? Do I want what? I said, shut up and hold on. We're coming to get you. Imogen says, "Dwight, you'd still help her? Even after everything she's done?" And Dwight says, "I'm not saying we should trust her. And she's got a lot to answer for, but I'm not just going to stand here and watch her die." And you place a hand on Imogen's shoulder. "She's your mom." Suddenly, the horde of monsters goes silent. An echoing voice resounds across the water. And Josephine says, "The bond between mother and child is sacred." Astrid says, "No." A spectral form rises out of the water behind Astrid. "I shared that bond once." "Josephine?" "But you stole it from me." Marlin's spikes rise into the air, twitching eagerly, as Josephine's spectral form peers back to reveal the monster beneath. "You stole it from my child!" Josephine drags her gaze away from Astrid and toward Imogen. Uh-oh, that's not good. No, Josephine, please! She didn't know what she was doing! I'm begging you, show mercy!" "This is mercy." A Marlin spike shoots through the air, heading straight for Imogen. "No!" Astrid shouts. Astrid dives in front of the spike and impales her through the throat. Ooh! Whoa! Whoa! Oh, shoot. Imogen, "Mom!" And the dirt monster, his jaw drops in shock. And Astrid gurgles blood, staggering drunkenly as she wheels around, reaching in your direction. Josephine chuckles mirthlessly, her spectral visage returning. Taking the punishment for your child? Very noble. Keep it, then. But don't forget yours! A second spike flashes through the air, cracks through the back of Astrid's skull, and explodes out between her eyes. Whoa! Ho ho! Dang! Ho ho! Dang! Yikes! No! Imogen shouts. Astrid falls dead. Dang! She's an orphan now! Dang! Wow. Man, Imogen cannot catch a break. Loses her horse. Loses her parents. Imogen cannot catch a break. Dang. Oh my gosh. Astrid falls dead. The stone creature takes a confused step toward her, lurching like a puppet with its strings cut. Loses her best friend. Yeah, you're right, Belber. Astrid. His jaw falls off, crumbling into dirt. His foot cracks and splits. He's still reaching for Astrid as he collapses onto the dock and blows away. Imogen takes a step forward and then stops. Tears roll down her face, hands clenching into fists as she struggles to breathe through clenched teeth. Dwight? Yeah, Dwight says. With a shaking finger, she points directly into the horde of monsters. I am going that way, Imogen says. What a coincidence. So am I. Looks like there's some trash in the way, though. Want some help with that? She nods resolute. Dwight says, then let's do this. Yeah, man, Imogen, though. Man. Danny joins you, placing a hand on Imogen's shoulder. And Danny says, we're with you. And Tom's hand appears on Imogen's other shoulder, and he says, you know it. And Parker strides forward. Let's do this. Group nerve strong. Everyone kept a cool head. Yes! Oh, poor Imogen, though. Poor Imogen. The horde of monsters roar, and all of you roar right back, charging straight at them. Monster, get out of my way! You stab your marlin spike through an elk monster's face, pushing past it as it collapses to the ground. And Dwight shouts, come on! And you cut through the monster's ranks like a hot knife through butter. And Danny shouts. And Tom says, just die already. And Parker says, I'm done playing nice. Imogen says, God damn monsters! As the last steaming carcass hits the ground, Imogen runs to Astrid's side. Mom? She falls to her knees, sobbing as she cradles what's left. In the air above, Josephine glowers imperiously. That thing was not a mother. Imogen says, what do you know about it? I'll show you what I know. And Josephine descends toward Imogen, draped in fog, her eyes flaming. The water around the dock begins to boil and churn. And Dwight shouts, leave her alone! I agree with you, Play Choices Podcast. V said, sorry, if I saw someone's head explode, I'd lose all nerve immediately. Yep. You step between Josephine and Imogen. And Dwight says, if you want to talk to someone, talk to me. You have earned my wrath, every drop of it. But there are innocent people in this town. No one is innocent. This place should not exist. It's a cancer. Every soul here is a parasite. Listen to yourself. You're losing everything that made you human, and you're letting it happen. You're more of a monster now than ever. It takes a monster to hunt monsters. Josephine begins to sink, body passing through the dock and back into the water. When she speaks, her eyes don't even meet yours anymore. Run while you still can. When I'm finished crushing insects, I will scour this place from the land. I meant what I said before. I'll kill them. Kill them all. A glint of metal flashes, floating through the air as it follows her. The final marlin spike, your grandpa's. And there's just one to go. Josephine! Elliot won't let you hurt Grandpa. Josephine's eyes blaze. Then he'll die as well. You wouldn't do that. You can't! Josephine, wait! But she's already gone. Trembling, you pick up a set of boat keys from the dock near Astrid's body. I have to go after Josephine. Tom says, damn straight. No, not us. Just me. Danny says, Dwight, no! Parker says, we're not just leaving you. Imogen lays Astrid aside and rises to her feet. I don't understand. Dwight says, you've all seen what Josephine can do. There is no one who could stop her now but family, and I'm not even sure about that. I won't risk losing any of you, and if I can't stop her, there'll be nothing standing between those monsters and innocent people. The best thing you can do for me right now is get yourselves to safety and rescue as many people as you can. And Tom says, but... Dwight says, isn't that the whole reason you came here, Tom? To save lives? And Tom says nothing. He just looks. He's really sad. And Dwight says, and Danny, go find your family. If they're not out of town, you need to get them to safety. And if they are, they're probably freaking out. And Danny just looks. She knows he's right. Dwight, Parker says, I know you want to help me, but there are people who need your help right now too, and you have to keep them safe. That's your job. Yes? Parker says, geez, has anyone ever told you you'd make a good lawyer? Imogen stares at you, eyes pleading. Imogen says, please, don't do this. Dwight says, Imogen, you've lost enough. Just take your mom and get out of here. Go live, be happy, try to do some good. She pulls you into a tight hug. Imogen does. Dwight says, I love you all. Good. Imogen says, no, don't even think about saying it. Tom says, we'll see you soon. And you step back, tears running down your cheeks. Nearby, a boat thumps insistently against the dock. I have to go now. You take care of yourselves. And each other. You climb into the boat and start the engine, rumbling away from the dock. And when you look back, the entire town has disappeared and the dock is fading fast. Your friends are nothing but silhouettes. And soon, those too fade away. Chapter 15 is complete. Dang, if that wasn't sad. Power Metal fan has crying emojis. So, our main character has lost both of his parents. Imogen has lost both of her parents. It's like they're
Brace
just
yourself
opposites.
for immediate disintegration.
Phoenix Nymphy! Thank you for the invasion. We love a good invasion after all. We are Martians. Hello, hello, hello. The Order is bringing the battle to you. I love it! The computer has everybody standing down. So, welcome everyone from Nymph's channel.
Awesome.
I am MartianKat. This is a game called Choices. MA, thank you for gifting some subs. I know Carrie comes into the channel quite a bit, so hopefully they will enjoy the sub. Subs for everyone. So thank you for gifting those subs. You gotta go eat? Alright, thank you for the lurking. Thank you for lurking. If you've never been to my channel before, I am a variety streamer. On Thursday nights I play a game called Choices. It is an interactive story app. This story is called It Lives Beneath, and I'm doing some bad voice acting. I hope you'll enjoy. We're on the next chapter. And actually, you came in at a crazy time because it was really sad. It was really sad right here at the end. It was really sad. Question, but which It book do you like better so far, since we're close to the end? Um, I actually, it's like I know some people said that they like It Lives Beneath better, but honestly, I like It Lives in the Woods better. And not just because it's the first book. I liked the story between all the friends. All the friends better than this one. Because, you know, we got to see them as kids. We got to see them as teenagers. So we kind of, you know, got like this whole, like we kind of almost watched them grow during the book. So I like It Lives in the Woods better. Tom is tough as nails. Imogen is tough as nails, despite everything that's happened to her. Jeez. Parker is tough as nails. Danny's tough as nails. Yeah, exactly what Belber said. Yeah, the friendship dynamic has a lot more time to develop. Yeah. Dwight is tough as nails. 488 of 500. We're tough as nails. And then on Friday nights, I stream with Bitch and Cupcake. Usually we're playing Dead by Daylight, but sometimes we'll switch it up. Minus 12 after losing BFF, Horse, Mom, and Dad. I know, it's bad. Yeah, I just kind of feel like, I mean, not that we don't, you know the characters in this book, because we do know them. Yeah, right? Someone get me Imogen's mental health strength. Yes. They're both survival horror, but Woods is survival horror, and Beneath is survival horror. Yeah. It's like, there's more horror in the first book, there's more survival in this book. Yeah, I agree with you, Belber, on that one. And there were some pretty scary scenes in that first book. I know we've had love interest options in this book, but yeah, it's like I like them all. I just didn't feel like we really connected, like the MC really connected with them. But then that may be because I didn't do really any diamond scenes with them, so I didn't get to really know them. Yes, I picked Andy as my love interest in the first book. So MC and Andy for life. That yeah. So for life, for life, for life. Chapter 16. Oh, good people, I tell you. We're almost at the end. I think we got like 2 more chapters. Oh, Andy is way too cute. Oh, I love Andy so much. And to me, I felt like Andy and the MC really, really were a good match because the MC was pretty tough, and Andy is also tough. So it just kind of works out. Like they give each other strength, you know? So, let's see.
Oh dear. Now I shall have to create more Martians.
Max LP Queen. Welcome to the mothership. Let's see here. Okay, so chapter 16. Give me like a minute and I'll get some more water real quick. We got 2 more chapters. So hang out. I will be right back. Oh, the art style that lives in the woods. Yeah, it was really good. Okay, friends, I'm back. Let's see. Thicker than water. You prefer the newer art style? I do. I do too. I mean, I don't know. It's just different. I just like the vibe of that first book a little more. But I'm loving this one too. So it's not like not like I dislike either of them. Oh, nice. This question is for everybody. What is your favorite Choices book? And especially for Max and those who are new to the channel who just came in tonight. Oh, Queen Bee, good stuff. Power metal. It lives in the woods 100%. All right. I would say my favorite. Oh, no, no, we don't twirl. No, no, no. Teasing the people like that. No, no. The Royal Romance is my favorite series. I would say close behind that would be like Perfect Match and Desire and Decorum. I also love Bloodbound. I would say my favorite standalone book actually is A Courtesan of Rome. I love Ride or Die, but Courtesan of Rome is my favorite for singles, for a single book. All right. We had a very, very intense chapter 15. Yeah, I love the Royal Romance. Honestly, okay, I like the Royal Heir, but not as much as the Royal Romance. I have a whole thing about kids in fiction. This topic is for like another whole other stream, like at another time that where I could really talk about that. But yeah, kiddos in fiction, nah, not so much. Not a big fan. I could go on and on and on and on about that. Am I planning to play through any other series that aren't horror related? Well, yes. Since we're finishing this one, I am taking suggestions for what we're reading next. I would absolutely love to do your podcast. And okay, so this is how would take a second to chit chat, and then we'll move into the next book. So I've been reading Choices for quite some time. And have read a lot of the series, a lot of the singles and stuff. And when I first started reading Choices, I was like, well, maybe I'll stream it. Maybe I'll stream it. Maybe I'll stream it, right? But I didn't do it. So I was sitting there thinking, like, I don't know if anybody's really interested in it. But then I got into the fandom communities on Facebook first, and then I got pulled into Instagram, which I love. I love the Instagram community. So if y'all are on Instagram and really, are looking for fandom, the Instagram fandom is awesome. Seriously. Um, and then started talking to folks on Twitter. I was like, you know what? Let's just do this. I'm gonna start streaming. I'm gonna start streaming choices. And when that happened, Raven Noct and KT Coley both recommended It Lives in the Woods. So that's how that happened. So I just read those two books just because it was recommended. So yeah, that's how we ended up there. But yes, Instagram is fun. There are some seriously talented, fan fiction writers on Tumblr and on Instagram. And amazing edits, Oh, you found my stream through the Choices Twitter? Sweet. Thank you so much. You can also follow me on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook with the same screen name that I use here. On YouTube, I have actually uploaded all of the previous streams of from this book. So everything to chapter 13 is already on YouTube. So you're going to get the good, the bad, and the ugly. So it's going to be like, me reading the books and me chit-chatting just like we're doing right now. So, so if that's of interest, they're on YouTube. I don't post as much on Facebook, so I probably will kind of stop, pushing that out there. I don't post as much on Facebook. But Twitter, I am always on Twitter. So if you tweet me questions, you want to ask me stuff about like the streams, don't bring up how often I die. We don't talk about that. Oh, jeez. And Belber asked a random question. Who's your favorite relative in Choices? Oh. Favorite relatives in Choices. That's a good one. Huh. I really like the twins, the sisters, and Rules of Engagement. The twins in Rules of Engagement, I like them. And then I also liked Kate and Flynn in Veil of Secrets. So yeah, so those were some of my favorite siblings. You love Elliot? Oh, the cousin in Rules of Engagement. Yeah. Hey, that's as good a reason as any, Belber. I love Elliot. He's great. Alright, Book 2, Chapter 16. With the vengeful ghosts on the warpath, will you make it home in time to save your family? Let's find out. I got my water. We're ready. Alright. Alone in a stolen boat, he raced across the fog-shrouded surface of Lake Triumph towards your grandpa's house. Grandpa, Elliot, Grandpa, I'm coming, please hold on, Dwight's thinking, as he's taken that boat across the lake. A low rumble stirs the air, growing louder and closer. Is that another boat? A shape looms out of the fog, gradually resolving into a small motorboat with a lone figure sitting at the wheel. And the boat sweeps across your field of vision, the sound of its motor rising and falling as it turns in wide, lazy circles. What the hell? I'd better take a closer look because I'm daring. You nudge your boat closer, careful to stay out of the other vessel's path. As you pass, you catch a glimpse of the driver. And it's a rich man. Do you see my replies a lot? The man lies slumped in his seat, empty eyes staring into the sky, his throat torn out and still bleeding onto his expensive suit. Damn, poor guy never had a chance, Dwight thought. Shuddering, you open the throttle, leaving the other boat slowly circling in your wake. The house stands eerily silent as you approach, carefully skirting around broken furniture and fallen branches. Too quiet. Cutting the engine, you hurriedly tie off the boat to the mostly submerged dock and step out onto the waterlogged boards. You turn back toward the house, heart heavy with dread. Please tell me I'm not too late. With a final deep breath, you march up to the house, open the door, and step into the darkness beyond. Chapter 16, Thicker Than Water. The inside of the house glows a sickly green, and the only sound is the gentle sloshing as you wade through the knee-deep water. You pick your way past overturned furniture, calling out in a whisper that feels painfully loud against the silence. Elliot? Grandpa? Are you here? For a few agonizing moments, you hear nothing, and then...
Dwight?
It's Elliot. Elliot! Dwight shouts. Skirting around the couch, you find your brother slumped against the wall. You help him sit up, hurriedly checking him over for injuries. Are you hurt? What happened? Elliot! Is Grandpa here? Did Josephine? And Elliot flinches, touching a large purple bruise on his cheekbone.
We were upstairs trying to escape the flooding, and she just came in through the wall behind us. She grabbed Grandpa, and I tried to stop her, Dwight, I swear.
And you tried to take on Josephine? That was so stupid! After everything you've seen her do, I can't believe you tried to take her on yourself. She could have killed you!
Elliot says, I wasn't going to just sit there while she tried to attack Grandpa. I had to try. Not that it made any difference.
Something heavy crashes against the floor upstairs, followed by a familiar voice crying out in pain. Grandpa? Elliot! Stay here, I have to help him. Oh no, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Wait, by yourself?
Dwight, you can't!
I know! Dwight says, I don't see any other option. Besides, you tried to take Josephine on solo? Elliot says, yeah, and look how well that turned out.
She's just too strong. How the hell are we supposed to fight something like that?
And Dwight says, there has to be a way. Something we can use to... And you trail off as something catches your eye. You look up and see a cool blue-green glow emanating from the glass case in the corner. And Elliot says, what the hell is that? And you stand, walking toward the case as if in a dream, feeling it call to you. I think it's something I'm meant to have. Something important. Open the case. Open the case. The case rattles as the power inside strains against the iron bands that binds it. Cracks in the glass grow brighter and brighter, almost blinding, and then... the front of the case shatters into 1,000 pieces, and for the first time, you see what's inside. Oh, look at that! That's a snazzy outfit. That is a cool outfit! You collected all 5 runes, unlocking the rune armor. Holy crap! Dwight says. Elliot says,
Not gonna lie, I was 90% sure that was a dead body in there.
Me too, Elliot, me too. You reach out, fingers tracing the embossed runes, and then give a yelp of surprise as the sleeve of the coat suddenly twists around your arm. Whoa! You're yanked forward as the clothes in front of you come to life, reaching out to grab you, wrapping around your body. Dwight, are you okay? I think I am, Dwight says. Dang, we look cool. Can we just admire this suit for a second? Oh, check it out, he has rings too. Look at that. Look at that right there. This is the most expensive choice in choices, really? I feel... I'm like super tempted that if they give us the option to buy it, not to buy it. The clothes said you will get dressed. I'm like half tempted not to do it. It's super expensive. Ooh. Will give you a major advantage in the battle ahead. I think we're about to find out the price. Elliot looks you over with a mixture of awe and jealousy.
Jeez, how come I don't get a super suit?
Maybe for your birthday, or... More crashes sound from the room above, followed by a scream. You rush for the stairs just in time to watch your grandpa tumble down them. No, they don't give you too many clothing options, no. And Grandpa makes a noise. Elliot says, Grandpa! And he crashes to the floor at your feet. His body is scored with deep claw marks, staining the water around him with a bloody halo. And Elliot scrambles over to your grandpa, face paling at the sight of his injuries.
Elliot says, we need to get him out of here, Dwight. If she hurts him much more, I don't know if he'll make it.
Oh, Grandpa, what did she do to you? Nothing less than he deserved. You step forward, shielding Elliot and Grandpa with your body. Josephine floats down the stairs, one ghostly hand trailing along the railing. She glances at you, taking in your clothes, which pulse with a soft blue-green light. You know, an old friend made those for me a long time ago to keep me safe. They suit you, and I hope they serve you better than they served me. Stay back! I'm not letting you hurt him anymore!
Dwight, just run! Just take Elliot and run!
I'm not leaving you! Josephine reaches the bottom of the stairs and looks around, drifting into the kitchen. You know, the day I bought this house was one of the happiest days of my life. Oh, it was a dump when I got here, but it was mine. She takes a plate down from the cupboard, turning it over in translucent hands. I've touched every piece of this place, from the roof tiles to the foundation. It was my sanctuary, a place where I was beholden to no one but myself, a place I could be free. Suddenly, the plate falls, passing through the luminous flesh of her hands to shatter against the countertop. I let you into my sanctuary, Arthur. I trusted you! Blue flames flicker around the edges of her body as her fingers elongate into cruel, pointed claws. Josephine, wait! Don't do this! Haven't you lost enough? The society took your daughter, your life, your freedom. I can't believe you would want to lose your own husband, too. Don't you see? This man is the one who took everything from me. If Arthur hadn't been such a coward, my daughter would still be alive. I would still be alive. What are you talking about? He's not the one who killed Mom and Dad. Dwight says, no, but he's the one who told the society about the power. And behind you, your grandpa lets out a choked sob. Girl, that's how I feel about my house, right?
I was trying to help. They were going to chop it all down, and I thought if they just knew about the power, they'd understand why they had to listen to you. I didn't know, Josephine. I swear I didn't know.
Didn't know what, Arthur? That your company was run by greedy snakes? That they'd be willing to murder for a taste of real power? It doesn't matter what you knew. You betrayed me, and now you're going to pay for it. Josephine moves closer. Waves and whirlpools forming in the dark water. You stare into the blazing fires of her eyes, unmoving. Dwight shouts, "That's enough! Yes, what he did was terrible, but that doesn't give you the right to murder innocent people." Innocent? You think anyone I've killed has been innocent? What? You forgot about Kyle? He wasn't involved in any of this. He was just a sweet guy who had the bad luck to grow up here. Why'd he deserve to die? Something like regret flickers across Josephine's face. You don't understand. You don't know what this traitor did to me. Dwight says, I want to understand. Do you? Do you want to know how I died? How Arthur and his society turned me into a monster? This is your chance to play as Josephine, see the founding of the society, and witness the secret ritual that fused her with the power. Ooh, we're gonna find out? Oh, I have to know. I have to know. Oh, look at her. She's so pretty. Please tell me what happened, Josephine. "50 years ago." Now playing as Josephine Vance. You sit on a chair in a dingy cellar, hands bound behind your back. Gritting your teeth, you focus on sawing through your bonds with a piece of glass you found on the floor. And she's thinking, come on, come on. You're almost through the ropes when the cellar door opens and heavy boots clomp down the stairs. Josephine. Abe. Nice bathrobe. You special ordered that from Burlington Cult Factory? Oh, yo! The pun. The puns. The puns, man. Oh, I love it. That is awesome. That is so great. That is so great. Oh, Josephine's like, I might be dying soon, but I'll still pun your ass. Yes. Oh my gosh, that was what Belber said. Dr. Waffle says, was Burlington even a thing then? Let's see. It was founded in 1972, 49 years ago. So, close. Almost 50 years. I think it's perfect, though. We're going to leave it there. We're going to leave it there. Anachronisms, be damned. They're more than great cults. Oh, kiss my ass. Came through with another pun. Oh, man. Yeah, it's about 50 years ago. Abe says, very funny. Come on, it's time to go. Abe takes a step toward you. I'm almost free. I've got to keep him talking. Abe, wait! You don't want to do this. We haven't known each other for long, but I know you're a good man, Abe. You don't really want to kill anyone. It's not too late to stop. We can forget this ever happened. Abe raises an eyebrow. I may not know you that well, Josephine, but I seriously doubt you'd just let this slide. Besides, we've come too far, and there's too much at stake. Oh, yeah, somebody, redeemed a bad joke earlier, yeah. Abe starts toward you, leaning in to grab your arm, just as the last strand of the rope snaps. Ah! What? Abe says. You throw yourself at Abe, stabbing the shard of broken glass into his shoulder. And Abe screams, and his back hits the ground hard, and you straddle his chest, punching his head as hard as you can, over and over. Josephine just, is yelling at him. How about that? Is that funny, you son of a bitch? Kelly's eyes roll back in his head, and he goes limp. You steal the knife from his belt, spitting in his face. Okay, time to get out of here. You're in the process of stealing Abe's robe when the cellar door opens and more robed figures pour down the steps. She's escaping! Grab her! She rushes forward as you jump up, Abe's knife clutched in your right hand. Oh, heck no, we're going to stab her. Let's go. Lunging forward, you sink the knife deep into her chest. Oh! The cultist, just kind of groans in pain. You yank the knife back and she falls to the floor, but more figures rush forward to take her place. Too damn many of them! You keep fighting, lashing out with knife, fist, and knife, until they overwhelm you with sheer numbers and drag you up the stairs. After a short ride in the trunk of the car, your captors bring you to a bend in the river deep in the forest, where the water glows with unearthly light. A small group of robed figures stand at the riverbank, turning as they hear you approach. And Vincent says, "Ah, there's the woman of the hour." Astrid, I trust she didn't give you too much trouble on the way. Abe scowls, touching a swollen bruise above his right eye. Oh yeah, no trouble at all. And Josephine says, Say, Vince, I wonder if you could explain a couple things. I couldn't help but notice some construction on the way here. Construction that looks suspiciously like the dam you promised not to build. Vincent says, well, plans have changed somewhat in the past few months. Evolved, you might say. He beckons. Then another hooded figure steps forward. And it's Arthur. Arthur? You launch yourself toward your husband and are brought up short by two burly men holding on to your arms. Where is she, Arthur? What have you done with my daughter? Maria saved Josephine. I swear, nobody's gonna touch her. As long as you do what you're told, that is. My cat had something to say about that. They march you to the riverbank and then spin you around so your back is to the water. You're going to perform the rite of becoming. You will call the power into yourself, and you will not stop the flow. Not for anything. Josephine says, Didn't Arthur tell you about that creature that lives in the woods? You know what'll happen if I take in too much of the power? You will become our bridge. Through you, we will all be able to tap into the power. Yeah, about that. You really think you'll be able to call on the power? The power's not like tennis, Astrid. Even if you're already sensitive, it takes years to learn how to connect with it safely. Yes, well, we won't be the ones connected to it. Not directly, anyways. Astrid holds out her hand, and Arthur steps forward, placing a long metal spike in her hand. Is that my Marlin spike? Vincent, Release her, and remember, Josephine, your daughter's fate depends on your cooperation. Your guards let go of your arms and step back. Abe comes forward, holding out his knife. Your hand? And Josephine scowls at him, and you hold it out, not even flinching, as he opens a long cut across your palm. Josephine says, one more thing. Arthur, I'm going to kill you. I don't care what they do to me, and I don't care how long it takes. I swear someday I will end you for this. Arthur looks down, his face streaked with tears. Sneering, you turn away from him and look around at the assembled figures. This won't hold me forever. I'm going to make you regret this, all of you. You close your eyes, clearing your mind as you recite the words that Cora taught you years before. Power of the ancient trees, I come to thee in supplication. Power of the earth and stone, I seek to form a covenant. Power begins to well inside you, making you feel lightheaded. Power of the flame and shadows, I humbly ask to be your servant, or your vessel. Make me one with the trees, with earth and stone, with flame and shadow. What started as a trickle becomes a torrent. A vast primal energy floods into you, leaving you euphoric and gasping for air. Make me one with the power. Suddenly, you can feel everything. You're a part of the forest itself, of the land, of the river. But then you feel it start to go wrong. The power begins to burn inside you, your every molecule searing with agony. You start slipping and losing control. Too much! It's too much! I can't! Don't stop. You know what will happen. Astrid says. Shadows begin to swirl around you, flickering with tongues of dark flame, and you feel yourself being hollowed out, consumed, corrupted, and you scream, and then Astrid drives the marlin spike into your heart. Numbly, you look down at the spike protruding from your chest. Blood and darkness seep from the wound, soaking your clothes. And you look up, locking eyes with Arthur for a split second, and then Astrid shoves you into the river. And you sink through the glowing water, blood trailing above you in a dark column. The power rages inside you, an all-consuming storm of darkness and hatred that burns away all but a single thought. Kill them. Water fills your lungs. Blood bubbles from your chest as your heart seizes around the spike. But the power will not let you die. Betrayers! Murderers! I'll kill them! Kill them! Kill them all! Josephine finishes her story, and the room falls quiet for several long, tense seconds. Josephine, Dwight says, I'm so sorry. What you went through is beyond horrible. Then you understand why the people responsible need to pay. Dwight says, I do, but this isn't the way. Killing Grandpa won't change what they did to you. He's spent the last 50 years being punished for his mistakes. I'm not asking you to forgive him, but hasn't he suffered enough? MC thinking maybe he does deserve it. I know, right? And Josephine says, oh, Dwight, do you know what it feels like to be stabbed in the heart? To be drowning for hours? For years? But unable to die? Of course not. Because if you did, you would know that no pain I can cause that man will ever be enough. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Now step aside, both of you! Behind you, your grandpa struggles to his feet, spitting blood into the water.
Damn kids! I told you to get out of here! No point in letting her kill all three of us!
You and Elliot share a look and then look back at Josephine standing shoulder to shoulder. Hey, Grandpa, Dwight says.
Huh?
Elliot says,
Shut up!
Josephine says, I don't want to hurt you, but I will if that's what it takes. He has to pay! Dwight says, do your worst. Josephine closes her eyes, glowing brighter as the water around her trembles. What's she? Dwight says. And then you hear it, a rumbling, rushing sound that grows louder and louder until a surge of water crashes in through the window.
Gah!
Elliot lunges for a doorway, clinging tight against the current that threatens to knock you off your feet. Elliot,
Grab onto something!
seizing your grandpa's hand, you quickly scan the room, but all of a sudden, the runes on your jacket begin to burn with blue fire. What the? Dwight says. As the current gets stronger, you feel a surge of power ripple through your whole body. I'll make a shield? Acting on instinct, you hold your forearm in front of your face, and a shield of blue light blooms from the sleeve of your coat. Whoa! Dwight says. And the current splits against your shield, roaring past you on either side.
What in the world?
Your shield dissipates as the current subsides, and you back away from Josephine, and Elliot hurries over to meet you in the kitchen.
What the hell? Since when can you do that?
We get through this.
We get through this? You're gonna have to tell me how you got that damn case open.
Grandpa says. Dwight says, deal. Josephine snarls, little blue flames flickering around the edges of her form. What lies did you tell our daughter, Arthur? Did you tell her my death was a terrible accident? That you couldn't have stopped it? The water around your feet suddenly rushes toward her, gathering into a huge wave at the other end of the room. Did you tell her you tried to save me? She sends the wave thundering towards you, a curling wall of water that stretches from floor to ceiling. And Dwight says, get ready! I'm going to turn the tide? Ooh. You raise one hand glowing with power. Turn! A shockwave ripples out from your hand, and the wave seems to splash against an invisible wall, rebounding in the other direction. Whoa! MC's a waterbender. Dwight says, I could get used to this. Aftershocks from the wave slosh back and forth across the room as you turn to glare at Josephine. Is that the best you've got? Dwight says. Oh, Dwight, if you think I have even begun to show you my best. She slowly sinks below the surface and the water level begins to rise, dark currents churning and writhing all around you like angry snakes. Then you may not be as smart as I thought.
Oh!
Grandpa shouts. You spin around just in time to see Grandpa vanish beneath the water. Grandpa! Dwight shouts. Elliot says, where'd he go? Dwight? With a yelp and a splash, Elliot vanishes too, but before you can dive after him, you feel something wrap around your lower body and pull. What? You thrash desperately as invisible tendrils of water coil tightly around you, holding you below the surface. I've got to break free! The glow from your runes dims as you focus your strength, pulling inside yourself until... Rah! Light explodes outward, blasting away the tendrils that bound you. You rise to your feet. Ha 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 ha! Sucking in a deep lungful of air, you quickly look around and spot Elliot nearby.
Dwight, she still got Grandpa. Help me!
You hurry over and reach into the water beside Elliot, your hand closing around Grandpa's wrist. I've got him! Pull! Working together, the two of you manage to drag him out of the water.
Thanks! I'm getting too old for this supernatural crap!
You and Elliot huddle protectively around your grandpa.
Oh dear. Now I shall have to create more Martians.
Welcome to the mothership. Let's see. Oh, you and Elliot huddle protectively around your grandpa, nervously scanning the surface of the water. Dwight says, keep your eyes peeled. Josephine could be anywhere. Elliot says, probably no chance she gave up and left, huh?
No, she wouldn't give up this easily. She'll never stop until I'm dead.
And Dwight says, maybe we can make a break for it. I've got a boat waiting outside. If we can get to shore, maybe. And Elliot says, Dwight, behind you! And you whirl around and are suddenly eye to eye with Josephine. You find yourself frozen, trapped in the cold, bottomless glow of her eyes, sinking into it. Dwight? Dwight, wake up! Huh? Dwight says. And you shake your head as the world fades back into focus, realizing that Josephine is nowhere to be seen. Where did she...
Dwight, stop!
Confused, you look down and see your hands wrapped tightly around your grandpa's throat. What? No! You try to let go, but your grip only grows tighter as Josephine rises from the water beside you, leaning in to whisper in your ear. Kill him. No! No! Dwight says. You struggle against the unnatural force that grips your mind, feeling it starting to pull you under again. But this time, your mind refuses to give in. Your rage against Josephine's hold on your mind, feeling your bond start to slip. Get out of my head! Dwight shouts. The world comes roaring back as you break free of your trance, feeling Josephine's control snap against the force of your anger. You resisted Josephine's control! And Josephine says, no! Dwight says, afraid so. You pull back your fist, whirling on Josephine and unleash all your fury into one devastating punch. Your fist slams into Josephine's chest, sending her flying across the room in a blaze of blue fire. Ah! Josephine shouts, stupid, selfish child! You want to die with him? Her face twisted with inhuman rage, changing before your eyes. You want to rot you want your bones to rot at the bottom of the lake. With visible effort, she reins in her anger, her human face flickering back into place. And Josephine rises, floating toward the center of the living room. Battered, aching, and waterlogged, you once again place yourself protectively in front of Elliot and your grandpa, watching for her next move. How is he, Elliot? Dwight asks. Your grandpa is hanging in there.
He is right here, and he's fine. Worry about yourself, why don't you?
Josephine lets out a long, weary sigh, and the water level slowly drops, settling around your knees. And Josephine says, Dwight, Elliot, just stop. Elliot says,
or, crazy idea, how about you stop trying to kill us?
Arthur is the one who must be punished. This is your last chance to leave him and live. You're not going to beat me. Dwight says, oh yeah? Well, ooh, we'll just see about that. Do you even know how many giant two-headed undead monsters I've taken out by now? I'm not about to lose to a worn-out skeleton like you. And Josephine holds out her hand as something metallic slowly rises out of the water. And it's Grandpa's marlin spike. Oh no! Her fist closes around the spike and she levels it at you. I suppose I can't fault you for being stubborn. It does run in the family, Josephine says. Josephine says, so if you're certain. Fear creeps down your spine like freezing water, but you stand firm. And Dwight says, I know you've gone through hell, and I know Grandpa is at least partly responsible for that. But we can't change the past. All we can do is... Josephine's arm blurs into motion and the spike flies out of her hand, and you gasp in pain as the needle-sharp tip slices open the side of your throat. Woo! What? Dwight screams and the spike flies past you to bury itself in your grandpa's chest. You fall to your knees, clutching your neck as blood pumps from your wound, and you hear Elliot scream and the splash of Grandpa collapsing behind you.
Grandpa!
Elliot shouts. Josephine glides forward. Weakly, you try to grab at her clothes as she passes, but your fingers grasp nothing but air. Move aside, Elliot.
No way, you're not.
Ah! Elliot screams. And Elliot flies across the room, hitting the floor hard. He curls into a ball, groaning. And Dwight says, Elliot! And you turn and try to crawl after Josephine, and she bends, grabbing your grandpa by the shirt and lifting him up so that they're eye to eye. This is it, Arthur. No more hiding. No more tricks. It's time to pay. And he lets out a grunt of pain as she slams him against the wall, snarling into his face. But first, I want to hear you admit it. Admit that you betrayed me. Admit that it's your fault our daughter is dead. Your arms finally give out and you collapse into the water. Dwight says, Don't, please. Grandpa's face is pale and his shirt's soaked with blood, and he looks into Josephine's eyes with tears running down his face.
Josie, when I told them about the power, they agreed to change the town plans. I thought that was the end of it. I should have known they were plotting something. Should have known they'd never just leave all that power to me. And then they took you and I had to do what they asked. And they would have killed Marie.
Another shuddering sob cuts off his words and he gasps for air.
You're right. It's all my fault. I was stupid and naive and weak, and I helped them kill you. And I let them kill our little girl. I'm so...
And he screams as Josephine slams him against the wall again, hard enough to crack the boards. You disgust me. I should rip your heart from your body, you traitor. How could you betray your own family, your own blood? As darkness creeps in to cover your vision, Josephine's words echo in your mind, reminding you of something important. Blood? And then he remembers something that Astrid had said. Listen here, you ungrateful little witch. You're nothing without us. Do you know what gave you that power? Your family, your blood. And that same blood can take it away. By blood, a bond it was forged. By blood, let it be broken. Shaking, you push yourself up, staring down at the water with swirls with crimson clouds of your blood. And you say the words. By blood, a bond was forged. And by blood, let it be broken. Then Josephine suddenly cries out as if in pain, and you look up and you see her staring at you, eyes wide. What are you? Josephine says. As you take a deep breath, Astrid's words burning in your mind. Dwight says, by ancient trees, by earth and stone, by flame and shadow. You falter as the realization hits. Astrid never got to finish her incantation. You don't know how it ends. What's the matter? Can't remember the words. Josephine's taunting as she hurls your grandpa aside, surging toward you. Let's see if we can jog your memory. But before she can reach you, the words fly from your lips as if something is channeling through you. Let the covenant be ended, Dwight shouts. And Josephine stops short, gasping as if the wind has been knocked from her chest, as she stares at her hands in horror as they start to blur the edges. No! Josephine shouts, as she turns to you, her face a mask of terror. Dwight? You close your eyes, summoning the last of your strength, and you feel the power. It thrums in the water all around you, and it pulses deep in the earth like a heartbeat, and it wraps around Josephine in bands of fire. You reach out with your mind, seizing the bands of power that surround her, and you tear them apart. And Dwight says, let the covenant be ended! No! You can't! Josephine says. And before your eyes, Josephine's body begins to fray, bleeding wisps of glowing mist. With a howl of rage, she lunges toward you. No! But as she streaks towards you, Josephine's body tears itself apart, leaving behind nothing but mist floating over the water and a distant, echoing scream. And Dwight says, "It's done?" Biting back a whimper of pain, you drag yourself through the shallow water toward your grandpa. Nearby, you hear Elliot stir. What? Where did she? Oh my god! Elliot splashes into the kitchen, rooting through cabinets until he finds a stack of dry dish towels. Take this! We gotta stop the bleeding! We gotta get help! Oh god, I need a phone! Oh, there's one in Grandpa's room! And you take the towels as Elliot runs to the next room, pressing one against your own wound, and you examine the spike buried deep in Grandpa's chest. I have to... Ooh. I don't know if touching it is going to help. I think he's going to die. We're not going to touch anything. Better to leave that for the professionals, Dwight's thinking. And Grandpa groans, turning to stare at you with bleary eyes.
Hey, kid.
Hey, Grandpa. Grandpa looks down at the spike protruding from his chest and winces, hurriedly looking away.
Hell, if that looks like it's gonna leave a mark.
Hang on, Grandpa. Elliot's calling for help right now. Just stay with me. And he smiles weakly, reaching out to squeeze your hand.
I'm not going anywhere. Promise.
Dwight says, good. Nope, we saved him. A wave of dizziness washes over you and you slump against the wall, vision fading in and out of focus. I think I gotta take a little rest now, sorry.
You've got nothing to be sorry for. You're a brave kid, and stronger than I ever could have hoped, just like your mom. You did her proud today, Dwight.
Dwight says, thanks, Grandpa. He says, you go ahead and rest now. I'll be right here. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it. Smiling, you let your eyes close and you slip into unconsciousness, still clasping Grandpa's hand in yours. Chapter 16 complete. We got one more chapter. We have one more chapter. We can do it. Yeah, Josephine is awesome. She's a great villain. A tragic one. Toothpaste commercial. We got the suit. We got a lot of the weapons. So what do you think? What did you think of that scene where we find out how the society was formed? That was a good scene. I really liked it. I was glad I bought that one. It's not Imogen's fault that Josephine's terrifying. That's true. That's true. I love it just for the sole purpose of Burlington Cult Factory. That just killed me. I was like, are you serious right now? I love that. It was so great. I'm headed to bed. It was fun watching. Oh, well, thank you, Max, for coming through. Hope to see you in future streams. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good line. This is it. This is the final chapter. It lives beneath chapter 17, Fish Sticks. 2 months later, you and your surviving friends get a chance to relax and regroup before you have to leave for school. Pink light trickles through the window as the buzzing of a phone startles you from a nightmare. Yeah, I like that too. Huh? Dwight says. And for a moment, you're tense. You're tense, heart pounding as you struggle to remember where you are, when you are. Then it all comes back to you, the monsters, the blood, the battle with Josephine, and the 2 months that have passed since. Lifting your head, you squint around the room at the wreckage of another late-night movie marathon. What time is it? Dwight says. And you groan, stretching, and steer your feet to the floor. An empty soda bottle clatters onto its side. Sheesh, we gotta start going to bed earlier, Elliot. This place is like a crime scene. And across the room, the Elliot-shaped lump of blankets does not respond. I should dive bomb! You leap onto Elliot's bed. Death from above! Dwight says. But the blankets and pillows give way beneath you, and Elliot is nowhere to be seen. Wow, he's actually up before me. That's a first. Ooh, I wonder if he made breakfast. You head for the stairs. The stairs squeak underfoot as you descend, passing the high water mark still stained into the wall. And you pause at the glass cabinet now restored, and with the keeper's outfit securely replaced within. You did good, kid. Let's hope I don't ever have to use you again. You pat the case fondly before continuing into the living room. Do I smell waffles? Waffles. I love waffles. Okay, so question, because, you know, it's not one of my streams unless we're talking about food. Waffles, pancakes, French toast. Discuss. What's your favorite? But the house is empty. Oh, I guess I don't? Wind chimes ring softly in the chill morning air, turning your head toward the front door, and you realize it's hanging wide open. What? Hair's prickling on the back of your neck, and you make your way outside. Scooter, are you out here? And then you see him. He's standing with his back to you at the edge of the dock. And he doesn't seem to have heard your voice. In fact, he's eerily still. Dwight starts running, and cold fear washes down your back like ice water, and you start down the dock, first walking and then running, and you grab Elliot by the shirt. Whoa! And he spins around to face you, a cell phone in his hand and a Pop-Tart in his mouth. What's your problem?
What's your problem?
he was eating. You weren't answering me, and I just... And Elliot takes the Pop-Tart from his mouth, breaking into a grin. Oh, I get it. You thought I was, like, possessed. No, shut up. Ooh, look at me. I'm a ghost. I should push him in the lake. You delicately pluck the phone and Pop-Tart from Elliot's hands. Just gonna hang on to these. What are you? And Elliot squawks in surprise as you shove him into the water, and he resurfaces laughing.
Oh, you're so gonna get it.
And you dodge out of the way, cackling as Elliot tries to splash you with ice-cold water. And your laughter echoes out over the clear, calm waters that are finally at peace. It lives beneath. Chapter 17 is Fish Sticks. Later, at the table, you plop down with a plate of scrambled eggs. Nearby, Elliot fiddles on his phone. Who are you texting anyway? Your boyfriend? Dwight says.
He's not mine,
Elliot says. And Elliot starts to reply out of habit and then pauses, cocking his head.
Huh. Wait, I guess he is now, huh? That's weird. I have a boyfriend.
Yay, Elliot! You are a boyfriend, Dwight says. Whoa, Elliot says. And you chuckle, taking a bite of your eggs. And Elliot turns his phone off and stretches.
So, it's almost the weekend. What do you want to do?
I was thinking... Hey, M.A., thank you for the biddies! Woohoo! Thank you for the biddies. Appreciate it. I was thinking hiking?
Oh, lame.
Dwight says, what's wrong with hiking?
Everything. Bugs, bears, inclined planes. What happened to our whole summer of doing nothing agreement?
Oh, sorry, I clicked too fast. Yeah, but we have to get there first, Elliot said.
Better than stinking up my house, Grandpa
says. And Arthur crosses the kitchen and grabs an apple off the counter. Morning, Grandpa, Elliot says.
Morning, Squirt. What are you kids up to today? That's Fish Stick Friday, ain't it?
That's tomorrow, Dwight says.
We're meeting everybody for a picnic today,
Elliot says.
Well, that'll be fun. Keep yourselves out of trouble. I ain't bailing you out of jail if you smash the neighbors' mailboxes.
And Elliot scoffs, and your grandpa ruffles his hair and leaves through the front door. You're gonna have your hands full with him after I head back to school.
Him? Nah, he's a big softie.
And you're positive you want to stay here? There's still time for me to look into off-campus housing back at school.
No, I'm okay. I like it here, you know. It's quiet. Now that all the monsters and cultists are gone, I mean. I'm just sorry we never found out which one of those hooded freaks killed Mom and Dad.
Yeah, except Grandma. That's right, Belber. Well, whoever it was got what was coming to them, and then some. And you finish your meal and clean up the kitchen while Elliot flops down on the couch.
So, what do you want to do until the picnic?
I was thinking about heading into town and checking up on everyone.
Can't you just text them?
That would defeat the purpose of giving myself an excuse to go outside. Why don't you come with me? We could stop by that ice cream place, maybe bump into Robbie. Elliot blushes.
So what? I don't care. I can see him later. Shut up. Stop looking at me like that.
Yeah, right? Air conditioning. Come on, don't you want to get as much Robbie time in as you can before he goes back to live with his mom in Tulsa?
Well, when you put it like that...
Ooh, I thought I was going to sneeze. Let's see, want to drag Elliot out with you? It'd be a good chance to bond a little more and get an opportunity to talk with Robbie. Let's take Elliot out. Oh, I like his shirt with all the skulls on it. Nope, come on, get up, get a shower, let's go. Why, but Elliot gives me puts 0666 in his Discord Nitro vibes.
You're a bad person, Elliot says.
And Dwight says, I love you too. And you and your Elliot make your way across town. Look, you did it. Fresh air and sunshine. Don't you feel better already? And Elliot says,
I'd feel a lot better if I was still wearing pajamas.
No, you wouldn't. Neither would Grandpa. Besides, you should enjoy your freedom while it lasts. You're starting high school in a couple of weeks, remember?
Ugh, I don't want to think about school.
Would you prefer if we talked about your future? Maybe I could ask what you want to be when you grow up. Discord Nitro would be Diabolos' birthday. Yes. Elliot makes a face and sighs, stuffing his hands in his pockets.
I don't know. I just want to focus on surviving the here and now, you know?
I think that's fair. You're right. Let's just enjoy the present. For example, the cute guy heading your way.
Huh?
Elliot follows your gaze down the street and then bursts into a cheesy grin as he spots Robbie approaching. Hey, got your text.
Hey.
They hug, and then awkwardly transition into a shy, blushing kiss. Aww. That's so cute. Robbie it forever. I should take a picture. Say cheese. You pull out your phone to snap a picture, and Elliot and Robbie glance your way. Oh, you should text that to me, Robbie says.
You should delete that, or I will smother you in your sleep.
A few minutes later, the three of you meander over to the packed ice cream parlor. Alright, Scooter, it's your turn to buy. You both give Elliot your orders, and he ducks inside, leaving you and Robbie alone on the sidewalk outside. So, Robbie says. And Dwight says, so, I saw they fished another body out of the lake the other day. Robbie says, yeah. I don't suppose that was your... Robbie shakes his head. No, they haven't, the coroner says that after this long, there probably isn't even much left to find, you know, with the heat. And Robbie looks uncomfortable. What? We trust Robbie. You stop it. I'm sorry for your loss. Richard did some terrible things, but that doesn't change the fact that he was your father. I'm sure this is hard for you. Robbie says, honestly, I'm trying not to think about it. He was not a good person, and I need to put it behind me. And Dwight says, I get it. I get that. But if you ever need anyone to talk to... And Robbie says, hey, thanks, Dwight. Seriously, you and Elliot have been a huge help. I know, not trusting Robbie. Like, say, what? Like, are you serious right now? No. Dwight says, I'm glad. Elliot's sure gonna miss you, you know, once you've left for Tulsa. And Robbie says, oh, don't worry. We're gonna video call all the time and tag each other on Pictogram and live tweet. You kids these days and your technology. Elliot returns 3 cones of ice cream melting rapidly in his hands.
Hi? Help me, please?
You're doing a great job, Dwight says.
Let me rephrase that. Take your stupid ice cream or we'll drop it on the ground.
The 3 of you eat your ice cream and spend a few minutes happily chatting, then prepare to part ways. So where are you guys off to?
We're gonna go hang out at the bookstore for a couple hours.
You're welcome to join us, Robbie says. Nah, I'm gonna go and check in on everybody else.
Okay, we'll see you at the picnic then.
Later. And Elliot and Robbie head away down the street holding hands. Dwight says, now then, who should I talk to first? We'll talk to Imogen first. Approaching the sprawling mansion, you're nearly knocked into the pool by 2 movers hauling a sofa. Whoa! Hey, watch it, kid, Mover says. And Imogen says, what are you doing, Carl? You know that settee. Yeah, settee. Goes in the donation section, not the auction section. Sorry, Miss Westcott. The movers turn the sofa clumsily around and start carrying it toward a spread of furniture arranged on the lawn. Wow, you can be scary when you're in charge. Really? Thank God. It still feels like I'm playing pretend. It's not easy for me to be assertive. It's not easy for me to be assertive, but since I've inherited all my parents' assets, I kind of have to. So what are you going to do with this huge house? Selling it and donating all the money from the sale to the flood relief efforts. But where are you going to live? Oh, I'm just going to get myself a cute little apartment downtown. That's so altruistic, Dwight says. Not really. I feel like I have a debt to repay. It was my parents that caused this problem to begin with. You know that none of that was your fault, right? Maybe. But if I don't make things right for everyone affected, then who will? Are you sure you're not taking on too much? You've still got your own life to think about. You're right. And that's why I'm taking a year off, maybe two, to recover and grieve. Jenny, I know how you feel. I think about my parents every day. Some days I miss them so much it's hard to do anything else. But every day gets a tiny bit better. And we'll be okay, Imogen. I know it. It doesn't feel that way right now. I know, but you'll always have me. And you can pick up the phone day or night and I'll always be there for you. Don't think you're getting out of that. I promise I will call you at 2 in the morning. I look forward to it. There's an ominous crash from across the yard and you both turn to see the movers standing sheepishly. Carl! Those faces are going to pay for the repairs to Mr. Donahue's shop. Mover says, yes, Miss Westcott. Well then, be more careful. We will be. Sorry about that, ma'am. You heard her, boy. Stop messing around. Look alive, the mover says. And the movers scatter, busily righting the fallen vases and heading back inside for more. Phew! Almost lost it for a second there. And Dwight says, don't worry. I don't think anyone noticed. Well, you got your hands full here. I'll leave you to it and see you at the picnic. You too! And Imogen turns back to the task of directing the movers, and you watch her as you walk away, admiring the new confidence she displays. Danny. As you enter the Compass Cafe, you spot Danny sitting at a table towards the back, photographs spread out in front of her. Any of those pictures of me? You wish. These are the new photos of the dam repair for Click It. You sit down across from her, picking up one of the photos and studying it. I still can't believe you work for Click It. I take all my... What kind of Super U quiz is there? Hey, come on. It's not all personality tests and clickbait. They do some serious journalism too. That's why my series on the aftermath of the flood caught their eye. They wanted a real photojournalist. So does that mean your dreams are coming true? Yeah, I guess they are. Photographing for an independent news outlet, it's everything I've ever wanted. Even if it came at a cost. Hey, you would have achieved all of this with or without Josephine's attack. You're just that talented. I think Click It agrees with you. And you must feel pretty good to see Daniela Asturias in big bold letters on their website. You bet your butt it does! It's a good thing I'm working there too. I've had a chance to control some of the news that's come out about the disaster. The official explanation was a break in the dam and that the flood forced out wild animals that panicked and attacked. But the people of Pine Springs, what did they think happened? Most of them are happy to believe the news. Even the ones caught in the attack are trying their best to forget. That's why I've made it my mission not to let that happen. We can't let the world find out what happened here, but if the people here don't remember what the society did, then how are they supposed to stop others from trying again? You think it'll happen again? If idiots like the society could figure out the powers here, then you can bet someone else will. And I plan on being here when that happens. Yeah, just normal wild animals. Nothing to see here. I could help too, you know. I know I'm headed back to school soon, but I'll be back every holiday. Nah, I wouldn't ask you to do that. You've been through enough, Vance. You, Elliot, and your grandpa. Well, I'm glad I'm leaving this town in safe hands then. Safer than life. Buy you a coffee before you head out? I've got 3 years worth of coupons to burn through. As long as you're treating, Dwight says. As Danny saunters up to the counter, a huge smile on her face, you realize how nice it is to see her happy and hope it lasts for a long, long time. Parker. Don't be cheap, Dwight, M.A. says. You take in the police station from across the street. It's somehow unchanged, despite everything. Oh, it looks the same as it did the night Kyle died, Dwight thinks. And you shake your head. You shake your head clear of the bad memories and enter the sturdy brick building. A cop says, "This packet came in for you, sir." And Parker says, "Thanks, Hobbs. And the case files I asked for?" "Completed and on your desk, sir." "Good job, rookie. We'll make an officer out of you yet." Parker catches sight of you at the door and waves you over. "You look pretty busy. I can come back later." "Not at all. Let's step into my office and get out of this noise." "I still can't believe you have an office now." "Kind of comes with the title. Wouldn't want Pine Springs Chief of Police to be a desk jockey." "Chief of Police? How does it feel?" "Honestly, a little strange. Abe had been police chief my whole life. Taking his place seems wrong almost." "Even after everything he did?" "I mean, he should have stayed police chief if he'd survived." "I don't mean he should have stayed police chief if he survived. I just feel like a bit of an imposter sometimes." "That's totally normal, even if you're not taking over your evil dead ex-mentor's job. I felt like an imposter my first year of college. I thought someone was going to realize they'd made a mistake and drag me back to high school." "So what you're saying is, I'll get used to it?" Dwight says, "Or it'll drive you crazy." "That's not nearly as helpful as you think." "You know, all this police chief stuff feels like it happened so fast, but it's really been months of paperwork and red tape." "Did you enjoy your vacation at least, however short it was?" "Oh, you mean my mandatory leave while I was being grilled by the FBI? Surprisingly, not much." "What did you end up telling the FBI anyway?" "The truth, or as much of it as I could. I said the Westcotts were tragically lost in the flood, and Kelly was a victim of one of the wild animal attacks." "And they didn't have any trouble believing that?" "Clearly they did, or they wouldn't have spent a month asking me about it, but I managed to convince them in the end." "We're lucky they didn't uncover any of the cult stuff while they were here. Finding out about the cult would mean finding out about the power, and that'd be bad for everybody, I know." "You don't think they'll come back, do you?" "I'm more worried about the power coming back than some paranoid guys in black suits." "You think the power is dangerous?" "On its own? I don't think it is, as long as we leave it alone. But it's like any kind of power. If the wrong people get their hands on it, they can do a lot of damage. That's why I aim to be here when it returns, in whatever new form it takes. I took an oath as chief of police to protect this town, and I mean to uphold that oath, come what may. The sudden opening of the door startles you both. Sorry to bother you, Chief, but a call just came in for... I'll be there in 1 second. And after the door closes, Parker turns to you with a rueful smile. Duty calls, see you at the picnic? You know I wouldn't miss it for the world. Parker exits the small but comfortable office, leaving you alone amongst the things that used to be Kelly's, but are now Parker's, including the plaque that reads Chief of Police. Visit Tom. It lives for Dead by Daylight. Before even entering the boat shop, you can already hear banging and sawing. Sounds like Tom's back from Westchester. Inside, you find Tom hard at work over a suspended John boat. You just got back and Grandpa's already got you hard at work? Hey, someone's got to keep boats around here in working order. You lean against a workbench as you watch Tom sand the boat's underside, his muscles rippling with effort. So does that mean you're sticking around, for the boat's sake? Actually, I've been re-enrolled at Hartfeld for the fall. I've decided to finish off my degree in robotics. KT says, shirtless Tom, woohoo! Tom, that's awesome! Hey, thanks, Dwight. I was kind of nervous about telling you, but, so I'm glad you're so supportive. Why were you nervous about telling me? I don't know. I thought you might be sad to see me go, and if you got sad, then I'd have to rethink leaving, and it was already so hard to decide. Of course I'm sad to see you go, but it's not like we'll never see each other again, right? Right. When I can come visit you, and you can come visit me, and we can go on spring break together, it'll be awesome. Exactly. This is probably the best time to leave, too. What do you mean? Dwight asks, and Tom says, well, the word in Westchester is that the power seems sort of dormant, but who knows how long that'll last. Dwight says the good news is that there's a whole network of people on the lookout now, and we're not going to let this kind of destruction happen again. I'm going to guess that. I sure hope so. Tom says, and do you feel this way about leaving too? Kind of guilty? No, I know I'm right to leave. How can you be so sure? Tom asks. And Dwight says, because I'm leaving this town in the hands of people that are way more capable than me. Hey, don't sell yourself short. You're way better at kicking monster butt than you think you are. I'm decent at best, but is that really something we should be good at? Don't normal people brag about how good they are at dunking or at crocheting, not at decapitating zombies? Whoever said we were normal? Tom says. Dwight says, I guess I should let you get back to work. See you at the picnic later? You bet, Tom says. And you give Tom's bare shoulder a squeeze before walking out of the shop, the sounds of the whirring sander following you out. A few hours later, in the late afternoon, you feel your legs burning as you finally crest the hill you've been trekking and find yourself at the top of a cliff overlooking the lake. Robbie says, there he is, the man of the hour.
You sure took your time.
Well, maybe if someone hadn't decided to hold this picnic at the top of the cliffs of insanity, I would have been here a little sooner. All I'm hearing are excuses, Vance. Then you take your place on the blanket beside your friends and brother. A cooler full of beverages sits open next to the shopping bags full of food. You didn't start without me. Color me impressed. Tom looks a little sad. He says, you should be. I don't know of any torture worse than staring at a bag of Korean barbecue chips and not being able to eat them. Robbie says, but now that you're here. There's a small scuffle as everyone tears into the food at once. Chip bags fly through the air. Grapes roll away down the hill. When everyone's finally eating happily, you take an ice-cold drink from the cooler and lift it in the air. I'd like to make a toast, Dwight says. Is it a toast to Danny and her mind-blowing taquito making skills? Imogen says. I have heard that my taquitos are legendary, Danny says. You laugh, but continue, letting yourself grow solemn. I don't want to bring everyone down, but I think it's important to remember the people we lost. The mood around the picnic shifts as your friends' gazes turn inward. Talk about Astrid and Vincent. Astrid and Vincent may have been responsible for the majority of what happened, but they were also Imogen's parents. They loved her in their own way, and I think they thought they were doing the right thing. Did they deserve to die for what they did? I don't know. But I do know they deserve to at least be remembered. Imogen, would you like to add anything? She ducks her head, her hands clenched tightly in the folds of her skirt. I love my mom and dad. In spite of everything. My whole life I thought they were harsh but good people. I need to learn from their mistakes, so I don't become like them. You gently squeeze Imogen's trembling shoulder. Thank you, Jenny. Your friends exchange silent glances as they absorb what they've heard. Let's see. Talk about Josephine. Josephine was a troubled spirit, blinded by pain and rage, and she did terrible things in the name of revenge. But ultimately, the society and their greed are responsible for everything she did. Before they twisted her into their monster, Josephine was brave and loving, and she protected her family with everything she had. I'm not sure I want to forgive Josephine, but I'd like to remember the woman she once was. And your friends nod, and Elliot looks up at you with wide, glistening eyes. We've all been through a lot. We've seen things no one should ever see. So let's make sure to be kind to each other, but most importantly, to be kind to ourselves. Each one of us is brave and amazing. No matter what hardships come our way, remember what we did. Remember that if you survived this, you can survive anything. And you raise your drink high in the air. To the future. The whole gathering raises their assorted drinks. Everyone says, "The future!" May there be flying cars and personal androids, Tom says. And you all drink deeply, letting the memory of those you've lost take hold. Once the grave air has subsided, you resume eating. And as the serious atmosphere gives way, you take a moment to watch your friends, talking and laughing, and you're filled with warmth. Ha ha, right, Belber? I think we're going to be okay after all, Dwight says. And Robbie says, "What was that, Dwight?" "Oh, nothing." As the sky shifts with the heaviness of late afternoon, and food gradually disappears, your friends start to yawn. Man, I'm stuffed! Why'd no one ever tell me cheese on apples was so delicious? Is this like a rich people's secret or something? Tom says. Danny says, I'm so full I can't move. You're gonna have to roll me down a hill. And Imogen says, I can't believe we drank 2 bottles of Chardonnay. I don't even feel tipsy. And Parker says, it's getting late. We ought to start heading out if we want to be back before dark. And Dwight says, he's thinking, they're going to be leaving pretty soon. I might be able to grab one of them to hang out. A special surprise may be in store for you depending on how you have built your relationship over the course of the book. Oh no. Cheese on apple sounds disgusting. You spend some more time at the picnic before heading home, making it back just as the sun sets. The following morning, with Elliot still at Robbie's, you decide to lounge around and enjoy some time to yourself. Later, as you're taking the trash out, you spot your grandpa loading a boat on the dock. Dwight says, "Morning. Going out on a job?"
No, fishing. Just bought a new trout lure I'm itching to try out, Grandpa says.
And Dwight says, "That is the most old person sentence I've ever heard."
Funny, I don't recall asking your opinion.
That's okay. It's normal to forget things at your age. Grandpa says,
You want to stand there and disrespect your elder all day? Or you want to come join me?
"Have you met me? Fishing is not exactly my thing." Come on. That's funny that he's asked him that.
Come on. Do you have anything better to do?
A short while later, your boat putters to a stop not far from the dam. And Arthur produces 2 rods, baits them, and hands one to you. Oh, wow, he didn't even give us a choice. He's like, "Yep, get your butt in the boat." You know how to cast? Ugh. Yes, totally. 100%. Why don't you show me how you do it, and we can compare.
Hold the little button there and pull your arm back. Then swing forward and let go of the button at the top of your swing.
Arthur gives a flick of his fishing rod. The bobber traces a smooth arc through the air and then plunks into the water about 30 feet away. Seems easy enough. Let's see. Hold the button, swing, and then release. You wince and cast as well as you can.
Hey, not bad.
Wow, really? You open your eyes to discover your bobber is floating perfectly out of the water, some distance away. Oh, sweet, go me.
Guess it runs in the family.
Arthur settles back into a cushioned seat. So what happens now?
We wait.
For how long?
Depends on how much noise we make.
Oh, no offense, but fishing is super boring.
You know, kid, it took me long enough to figure out, but it's those boring parts where life happens. That's the good stuff. But if you're not careful, you won't realize that until 5 minutes after it's gone.
A long silence settles between you, and after a while, Arthur turns to you and the two of you lock eyes. Grandpa, why did you betray Josephine? Your grandpa gazes out at the horizon, sighing wearily.
Why did I do it? The truth is, I was a goddamn idiot, and I thought I could help. I thought I knew better than my own wife. 50 years I've been paying for that mistake, but it was Josie who paid the ultimate price. I'll spend the rest of my life asking myself how I could have been so naive that I trusted those bastards over her. And that's alright. It's not even close to what I deserve for what I've done, for how I failed my wife and my little girl.
And he gently placed a comforting hand on his arm. Don't you think you've suffered enough? A rueful smile spreads across his face.
Kid, that's one thing I don't think we'll ever know.
Well, I think. And then suddenly your line twitches. Ah! The thing! It did the thing!
You got a bite. Well, don't just sit there, reel it in.
And you prop your feet against the side of the boat and crank as hard as you can, but whatever's under the water fights back. Jeez, what is this thing, a whale? And Arthur leans over the side.
You almost got it. I can see something.
And you hear a thump against the side of the boat.
Here it comes.
Thump, thump.
Wait a minute. That's not a fish.
Something surges out of the water and lurches over the side of the boat. A sled? A rusty toboggan topples in on top of you. What the hell? Why is this even here? The boat wobbles as your grandpa falls in backwards, breathless with laughter.
Your face! You should have seen your face!
You were just as scared as me. Shut up. Soon enough, his laughter is joined by your own. And you spend the rest of the day on the water and then make your way back to the house, puttering up to the dock as the sun begins to set.
Land ho!
Thank God, I'm starving.
It's a shame we didn't catch anything aside from that rusty sled of yours.
Well, that's what fish sticks are for. Come on.
I actually need to run a couple errands in town. I'll be back for dinner though, promise.
You separate from your grandpa at the end of the drive, but as you approach the front door, hey, and it's Kat, and you turn to spot a figure on the edge of the tree line waving in your direction. You make your way over as Kat paces forward, hands in pockets. Howdy, neighbor. Kat, what are you doing here? I came to get a feeling for how the power's doing. After everything that's happened, kind of take its temperature. So, what's the verdict? It feels quiet for now. Sleeping, maybe. Hopefully, it stays that way. Anyway, I'm headed back to Westchester now, but I thought I should stop by. Do you want to come say hey to Noah real quick? He's here? Kat gives a small secret smile as the wind blows softly through the pines. Noah's always around. He's just quiet. So what do you say? Let's do it. Alright, hang on. Hang on. 1 second here, y'all. Before we continue, I'm going to see if this works. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Okay. I'm hoping this works before I do this. Wait, what is it that I'm not doing? Oh, okay, so 1. Alright, so we're giving away a $10 gift card. It's either going to be for the Apple Store or for the Google Play Store. Buy yourself some diamonds so you can play some more of the games. So it's exclamation point ticket 1 to buy 1 ticket, and it costs no points at all. So do it. Go! Yes! Go! And we'll keep it going, and then at the end of the end of the chapter, we'll pick a winner. Oh, you're a diamond miner, so you don't need it? All right. Awesome. Come on, Kat says. And you follow Kat through the trees and into the deepening night. And in a small twilit grove, Kat sits down cross-legged on the grass and softly calls out. Up. Let's see. Yeah, you only have to do one because they're free. Goosebumps prickle up and down your arms as the wind seems to carry Kat's words. So, how does this work exactly? No idea. I just sort of close my eyes and reach out to him. And he shows up? Depends on his mood. And you wait a few minutes and are about to give up when suddenly the shadows and the clearing coalesce into a dark silhouette. Oh, Play Choices podcast, it worked, so you're good. You're good to go. Sup? Sup yourself. Took you long enough. And Noah gives Kat an aloof shrug and then turns to you. Oh, that's so Noah. That's so very Noah. So Noah, thanks for helping me. Noah gives another shrug and glances away. No big. Noah lifts his gaze to the trees, listening for something. And Kat says, "What are you looking for, dude?" Birds. And he lifts one hand, gesturing with a pointing finger, and a startled bird comes winging through the air like a marionette. Yeah, if it costed more tickets than 0, yeah, you would have had to type the 1. You're good to go. Dwight says, Kat says, Noah, what are you doing? Friends. And Noah ignores you both, spinning the bird through the air like a toy. That's not okay, Noah. Let it go now. Fine. Noah gestures angrily, releasing the startled bird from his control, and it flaps off into the night, complaining noisily as Noah sulks away. That was something, Dwight says. And Kat says, he doesn't usually do things like that, but lately, it's like the more of himself he remembers, the more temperamental he gets. And that's part of why I haven't told the others about him yet. Still? They blame Noah for everything that happened, and they're not entirely wrong to. How can I tell them that he's still out here? That he's like this? That I've been visiting him for months and hiding it from them? That's not going to get easier if you wait longer. I know. I want Noah to get control of himself first, and I want him to be on his best behavior so they can see. You can't hide it forever, Kat. I know. You're not wrong. I'm just terrified of what happens. If it goes wrong, if they can't forgive him. Kat sighs and watching Noah slink around in the darkness with a mixed expression. Honestly, sometimes I struggle with it myself, forgiving Noah. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, trying to help him, or if I should just leave these woods and never look back. I think he's suffered enough. It's not really my place to tell you your feelings, but whatever Noah did, this has to be punishment enough, doesn't it? If anybody deserves forgiveness... Yeah, you're right. Kat rises from the grass, expression firming into resolve. Kat almost pulled a Jane. Hey, Noah, can you come back over here? I want to talk to you. And Noah returns looking chagrined. And Dwight says, I think he's hiding something behind his back. Kat says, Noah, what do you have? Present. And Noah holds out a bracelet made from woven twigs. Sorry. And Kat delicately accepts the bracelet, mouth twitching with a small smile. Thank you, but I'm not the one you hurt, you know. Noah's eyes widen, and he lifts his gaze toward the treetops. His voice booms out into the night. Sorry, bird! All around you, hundreds of birds startle awake and take shrieking flight. You and Kat collapse with laughter, and Noah looks surprised. Sorry. You say your goodbyes and then leave the dark woods behind and head back toward the light on the shore. Back inside the house, you shut the door behind you, shaking off a chill. Back inside the house, you shut the door behind you, shaking off a chill. Okay. Brr, it's gonna be jacket weather soon. You glance at the clock. Oh, I better get the fish sticks going. And you head into the kitchen and set the oven to preheat and head for the freezer. Just then, your phone dings with a text. Elliot texts, "Hey, just a heads up, I'm out with Robbie and I'll be home in like 45 minutes. And Dwight says, "Okay, fish sticks are going in now." And then Elliot sends you a fish emoji. Lifting your face from your phone, you find yourself staring into the freezer. You grab the box of fish sticks and then pause. Closing your eyes, you take a breath of cold air and let out a contented sigh. Everything feels boring. Perfectly, beautifully boring. And Dwight smiles to himself. And then you close the freezer. Did he close the freezer door? And there's a cultist. Ah, fish sticks again. What the hell? You drop the box and scream as the hooded figure surges across the room, grabs you by the throat, shoves you over the counter. He stabs something into your side. Ugh. And you look down and discover a syringe sticking out of you. No! What did you? And you hit the floor hard. And the last thing you see before the darkness crashes in is the shadowy figure pulling back his hood. Sweet dreams. Fish sticks are a backup for no fish. When I first played, I got so scared. Yeah, that was crazy. When the darkness passes, a new darkness has taken its place. What? Where? And you sense movement, shafts of light, the rumbling of an engine. As you slowly regain consciousness, your eyes adjust to the space around you. Hello? Where am I? You reach out in front of you. Your fingers find a solid wall of solid wood, and your wrists are bound with plastic zip ties, and your breath quickens. What the hell? What's going on? What is this? It's a coffin. Outside, you hear the engine of a boat shut off. Richard says, "There we go. It's just you and me now. Oh, feel free to scream if you want." I'll remain silent. No, nothing. You still alive in there, sport? Go to hell. Oh, thank God. I thought I might have gotten the dosage wrong. I'd feel just awful if you slept through your own murder. Why are you doing this? It's over. Your people lost. Oh, I know. The society's toast. You and your little ragtag mystery-busting crew made sure of all that. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. No, I'm flying solo on this one. It's just you and me and a whole lot of water. Richard, think about what you're doing. You can't possibly think you're going to get away with this. They've been dredging the lake for weeks. Which is how I know they've already searched this spot. Your son is dating my brother. Yeah, your death will be really hard for the two of them. It might even drive them apart. The bottom end of the coffin tips upward, sending you slamming into the closed lid as it screeches up onto the railing of the boat. So here's what I'm wondering. Are you actually gonna drown, you think? Or will you suffocate first? Scary stuff. I'll tell you what, though. It's gonna be really hard on that family of yours. It'll kill your poor grandpa for sure. Now, Elliot, on the other hand, he's a strong kid. Maybe he'll be okay. Maybe he'll weather the storm and come out of this a better, stronger person. And one day, he'll step back into the world and think, okay, I could do this. And then, right when he least expects it, when he glances in the rearview mirror or steps through his front door, The rail groans beneath you, and Richard's voice is an icy whisper. I'll be there, just like I was for your parents. You son of a... And you hear a clunk and feel a sickening weightlessness, wood and metal creaking beneath you as the coffin seesaws out into the open air and then hits the water. No! Somebody help me! Dwight shouts. And you scream, ricocheting around like a pinball as the coffin tumbles weightlessly through the water. Then the coffin slams into the lake bed. Your head smashes against the backboard and something sharp slashes the back of your neck. You struggle to control your racing breath. No one knows I'm here. No one's coming to help me. I have to find a way out. Ooh! The choices you make now will determine whether you live or die. Oh, a higher nerve score will make things easier. But it's all up to you. Oh, shoot. Your head screams with white-hot pain. Your heart pounds in terror. Your eyes struggle to adjust to this newer, deeper darkness. Oh, y'all, drop some OMGs in the chat for sure. Let's go. I'm trapped! Calm myself. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. You struggle to calm your frantic breathing as your jackhammering heart slows from blind terror to a more manageable level of panic. Okay, think, Dwight. Think. You have to think. You feel blood on the back of your neck, where something sharp cut you. The coffin groans all around you, and you hear trickling water. And I've gotta... free my hands. I have to get these damn things off my wrist. There's got to be something in here I can use to... And you roll over and you feel around and you find an exposed nail on the back of the coffin. There! And you set your zip ties against the point of the nail and saw back and forth. Come on, come on! The plastic band nicks and frays and splits in half. Yes! You hear a loud crack. Torrents of ice-cold water begin cascading in all around you. I've got to, kick something! You kick at the bottom of the coffin and the whole thing shifts, sliding sideways. Ah! Even more water floods in, and you make a hammer with both your hands and slam into the lid of the coffin. It's working! Open! You shove it again. I'm not dying here! The lid splinters, icy water crashing in on top of you, and your head smashes into the back of the coffin. And your chest pounds, vision blurring as unconsciousness closes in. Push! The lid of the coffin explodes into splinters as your bloody fist bursts through. Thanks for the biddies, M.A. You escaped a watery grave. Not today. With empty lungs, you burst free, struggling toward the surface. You explode out of the water, gasping air into your lungs as you drag yourself over the side of the boat. Richard shouts, "What the hell?" Well, well, well. Surprise, dick. You haul yourself into the boat, heaving with rage. Richard stumbles backwards, horrified. That's impossible. How did you get out? How the... What are you? Your worst nightmare. Richard lunges for a hammer on the deck. And I gotta grab the hammer. And you rip the hammer out of his grasp, hands slick with blood, and smash him across the face with it. Ooh! What? What? A hammer splashes into the water. Richard screams, crawling backward over the seats as he spits out pulp and teeth. Dwight, please, we can talk about this. There's nothing left to talk about. You're already dead. Remember, you died the day Josephine came out of the lake, just like all those other freaks and hoods. No! You step closer. They've been fishing up bodies for weeks. Yours will just be one more name to cross off the list. Richard's hand snakes under a bench, then whips out, swinging a fire extinguisher. Whoa, Dwight says. And it clocks you in the side of the head and it crashes through the hull of the boat. And you stumble, and Richard stands. I should have just smashed your head in with the rock and been done with it. Yeah, you should have. Richard snarls, stepping toward you, and then staggers, and he looks down to find his foot caught in the hole in the hull. What the? And you snatch up the fire extinguisher as water begins to fill the boat, and Richard's eyes lock with yours as you slowly stand over him. No, wait! I should... Ooh. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, my gosh. I think we should leave him. There's already a hole in the boat. Kill him? Oh, kill him? Oh, 2 for kill him? 2 votes for kill him? 2 votes to leave him? I do think leaving him is more savage. Yeah, leaving is way more savage. You toss the fire extinguisher over the side and step backwards, and Richard draws back in surprise. Wait, what are you doing? Leaving. Are you really that stupid? You think this is what kills me? And he smirks and yanks his leg free, or tries to, but it remains firmly stuck. What the hell? Come on, you stupid! Richard struggles to free himself, and you quietly step up onto the back of the boat, rising into the air as he sinks. I'm going to get out of this, Dwight. I'm going to find you, and I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to make Elliot watch while I... Bye, Richard. Richard's eyes widen as you step off the boat and splash into the water. And when you surface, the boat is almost vertical, and Richard, now submerged up to the chest, frantically scrambles for purchase. No! No, not like this! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Please, somebody help! And he's still screaming when his mouth disappears below the water. The rest of the boat soon follows. You tread water for a while, watching the bubbles, and after a few minutes they stop. Lifting your head to the moonlight, you find yourself thinking of your parents as you draw in a deep breath of cool night air. Dwight says, you know, it's a nice night for a swim. And the wind whispers over the water, parting the fog as you shoulder forth into the dark. Connor? We're playing as Connor? Holy cats! In a seedy bar by the interstate, you blend into the smoke at a corner table. Connor says, come on, where are you? And you're checking your phone for new texts when the front door swings open and a tall figure stalks in. Her sharp eye scans the room, quickly locking onto you. And as she heads toward your table, you sit up straighter in your seat. Hey, did you find the place okay? And the woman thumps down on the seat across from yours, arms folded. Her stoic face is familiar, but unchanged. No way. No freaking way. What the hell am I doing, Hera? It's Jocelyn from the other book. Jocelyn, thanks for coming. Like, no offense, but the fact that I'm here does not mean we're suddenly best buds. Hey, sorry. Oh, yeah, of course. You make an effort not to stare at the scars. Jocelyn rolls her eyes. So, you invited me to this dump. Start talking. Well, I've heard you've been looking for answers about what happened that night at homecoming. Haven't you heard? It was dogs. Rabid dogs and spiked punch. Yeah, that's what everyone says, but it's not what you told the cops in your statement. Jocelyn lunges over the table, grabbing you by the collar and yanking you out of your seat. What do you know about it, Breakfast Club? Have you been stalking me? Only a little, but I think I could help you. With what? How to wear a mullet? Sure, if you want. And while we're doing that, I can tell you the truth about those things that attacked you. As long as you don't strangle me. As she drops you back into your seat, and you tug your collar, breathing a sigh of relief, as Jocelyn studies you from across the table. I am listening. That night at homecoming, you saved people. I just reacted stupidly. Some people would call what you did heroic. Yeah, well, some people can pay for my physical therapy. What's your point? My point is, you were a jerk in high school, but when those things showed up, your first instinct was to protect others, because you knew in your gut that those things weren't dogs, that they were something different. Monsters. Monsters aren't real, Jocelyn says. Aren't they? Connor says, and Jocelyn meets your gaze uncertain. Let's say I believe you, and not saying I do. Where do these monsters come from? You look down at the table. There's some kind of a power. It's behind the things that attacked you, even behind the thing behind them. We don't know what it is. We don't know why it is. All we know is it lives in the woods, and when it gets mad, people get hurt. Wow, okay, this is like a lot to process. First of all, who's we? Right now, just the two of us, and the other person I invited here tonight. And headlights flash across the wall. In the parking lot, a beat-up car pulls in. See, we're not just gonna let this stuff keep happening. That's why we reached out to you. And Jocelyn lifts an eyebrow, twisting to watch as a shadowy figure walks past the windows. We're starting a little club. People from Westchester, Pine Springs, and anywhere the power has caused trouble. People who understand how dangerous it can be, and are willing to step up, like you did. And Jocelyn turns back to you as the doors opens behind her. But we're not going to just react anymore. No more cleaning up messes after they've already happened. We're going to do something. What are you talking about? Do what? A figure steps into view. Kick some ass, Kat says. Woo! It lives beneath. We finished the book! We finished the book! Okay. So first, before I start talking about stuff, yeah, I'm glad everyone survived too. The end. The end? Question mark.